stew is in the pot, though it doth taste of grit. I have waited ere long. Now mine eye is quick, and mine arm is strong. I reason with me crooked cap, and say thou art an artless, greasy tallow catch. Yea, all ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, best ye go, outrun my bow. All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow. All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow.
Yeah, ding dong.
All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow.
Yeah, ding dong.
With your buskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow. All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow. All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, outrun my
Ding
bow.
dong.
All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow.
Yeah, ding dong.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Still muted.
ding dong.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to
Yeah,
the very first
ding
episode
dong.
of Theros, Strands of Fate. I am joined today, of course, by Doxy. You may have heard of her before.
Hi,
Um,
I'm a satyr.
that is true. Russ Money, Tyler, aka Apocalypse Flame. Wasn't expecting that, but hey.
That caught me off guard for sure.
I love that.
And Messy, of course. So,
Of course, yeah. My first time, by
Of
the
course.
way. But, yeah, course.
yeah, of course. Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like we don't need to do a huge, crazy explanation of what's happening here because we've been hyping this up for the last 2 weeks now. But we're starting a new D&D campaign set in the world of Theros. For those of you not familiar with Theros, Theros is basically D&D interpreted as a spin on Greek mythology rather than the kind of classic European Middle Age mythology that we're used to. If you know much about the Greek gods, you can probably see where this is going. They're much more present in the world of mortals than gods typically are, and they're not really above mortals when it comes to their vices and schemes and all that stuff either. So, yeah. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say before we get started?
I'm excited to roll the dice and take the chance.
I just subbed to Russ, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
I
have
would
your
sub.
emotes now.
Nice. Nice. I would like to submit myself for best cosplay amongst the cast.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
You know, it's hard to beat a genetic predisposition to just looking like the people that are generally present in the Mediterranean. So yeah, I second that motion.
Cool.
Right. I drank as much coffee as I could. I'm just kidding. Look, Okay, Doxy literally grew horns for this, so
Yeah.
It hurts so bad.
Mhm.
Well, the cool thing is that you're able to do it at all.
And,
I've
like,
been
so
trying
much-
for years.
So much
And you guys
litigation
thought
with
being
that
horny
whole-
was fun. It's not fun.
It's
Yeah, I
amazing.
had to tape my fingernails down so that they started growing out of my head instead.
Oh wow.
That's
Yeah, you
the
have to-
most uncool thing I've ever heard another person say. Anyways, on that note,
You
Yeah,
could,
they special
you could,
gloves.
I was just gonna say you could say by doing that you got nailed.
oh my god, it never ends.
No,
Alright.
because then I wouldn't be so horny still.
That's right, you nailed yourself. My bad.
Okay, Josiah, take it away.
I don't know what I'm taking where now, but
Take me there.
it's going
Take me,
there.
Josiah.
Okay. Let's get right into it.
Oops.
Man,
So-
everything is being said can just be taken so sexual at this point.
Right, we need to have like a fucking like interpreter to run everything through. Okay. So, as I was saying, Theros, as we've been saying for the past couple weeks now, is a world of champions, monsters, and gods. It is a place where the sheer belief in something over a long enough period of time can make those thoughts and dreams reality. It's a world where the gods find themselves constantly intertwined with the fates of mortals, equal in the schemes and very mortal proclivities. Today, we begin our story in the garden of the High Imperial Temple. Nestled between several imposing yet wonderfully constructed government buildings, we see a place preserved from the hustle and bustle of the city outside. Between a pair of hedges near the fountain at the garden's center, which bears a depiction of the goddess Afara, a satyr sits, soaking up the rays of the afternoon sun. Doxy, would you please describe your character and what you're doing?
She looks like this. She has great big horns. She would be wearing this crown, but today she's also wearing headphones and she can't wear all three. So,
Pretty advanced technology.
Yeah.
it's pretty interesting.
You have like Beats by Dre.
She has fawn brown fur starting like just under her belly button, with a few white spots. But she, like, you wouldn't even see that transition because she typically is wearing a toga anyway.
Yeah, and just for those who may not know what a satyr is like a half goat person, but literally like 50%. Like from the waist down, they are goat. From the waist up, they are person, minus the horns, of course. So you have hooves. Yeah, and what are you up to in the Imperial Garden this afternoon?
Reading a book of dirty jokes.
You have any
Perfect.
for us?
No. I need to save these.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's only like one book in the whole land, so yeah.
So, as you read 101 Dirty Jokes by Photios, a forbidden scroll, which maybe the Emperor is not too pleased that you've taken such a liking to.
Oh, I snuck it out of his quarters.
Right, which is probably why he doesn't like it very much, because, you know, that reveals him for what he is. You feel a slight interruption, which brings your mind back into focus, which is that of a small golden bell that you're wearing currently, if I'm not mistaken. Where are you wearing this bell, by the way?
It's a necklace.
Okay.
It's like almost like just a silk string that has like a little ball bell on it.
Gotcha. It rings softly, sending a gentle chime echoing through the flowers. And you would know that this is a call from your adopted father, Emperor Ephthemiadis.
I ignore it the first time and keep reading.
Cool. You continue reading. You get maybe like 5 or 6 more jokes in, and it rings again. But this time, it's not like a ding-a-ling-a-ling. It's like a ding-a-ling-a-ling. It's like, okay, like I know you saw my message.
She puts her
Yeah.
book down on
Like
the
I'm
like
leaving on
chase lounge that she was reading in the sun in. She
Mhm.
grabs her goblet of wine and she heads to her adopted father. I don't know, to the emperor's quarters.
He would be like in the throne room.
Okay, to the
Like,
throne room.
Which is kind of an interesting room because it doubles as almost like an amphitheater. Like the front half of it is like it's in this palace that kind of overlooks the city, and the front half of it is that very like Greek style architecture where it's like pillars and it's just kind of open to the air. And then of course there is an actual throne inside of it and all kinds of different statues to various gods, specifically Heliod, god of the sun, and that kind of thing. But yeah, so
You rang, Your Highness.
well, as you walk up the steps, before we get there,
Oh, okay.
when you go up the steps towards the Imperial throne room, you see 4 anvil rod, which are humanoid in shape alone. They're basically people that are forged out of bronze, each with an expressionless and stoic face. They are said to be forged by the god Perforos himself, who is, of course, the god of the forge. These 4 metal humanoid figures just like kind of walk past you as you are walking up into the throne room.
Living
I will
creatures?
walk
They,
past them.
they are indeed living creatures. Yeah.
Is this
And
is this a
wow.
normal sight?
this is
for
not
every
normal
day?
at all. This is probably the first time you've ever seen it. You would know that anvil rot exists, but this is like an insane thing to just be seeing right now.
Okay. I think that I would be able to keep my composure and pretend like whatever. This is a normal thing for a half royal satyr to see, and just continue past them into the throne room.
Yeah. So as you walk past these guys, you enter the throne room, and you see a familiar sight, which is that of Emperor Ephthemiadis sitting on a marble bench near the edge of the room, towards the end that kind of overlooks all of the city of Meletis.
With an exaggerated bow, like mocking almost, I'll say, "You rang, Your Highness."
Yeah, and just to describe what he looks like, he is an old man, right? Like he's a human, so he's not a satyr like yourself. He's a human, very old, probably in his mid 80s, but has the look of someone who like was probably very strong and very capable in their younger days, but is just now like he's in the final stages of life essentially. He just like looks over to you and cracks a smile at you and says, "Oh, my sweet girl." And he kind of starts to stand up, and like his arm does that wobbly thing as he kind of struggles to get
I
up
come
off
and
of the
help him up,
bench.
and then I hand him my goblet of wine for him to
Yeah.
have a drink of.
Yeah, you do that, and you help him up, and he kind of grabs onto your arm and takes the goblet and looks at it and says, "Karis, the sun has been up for 2 hours,
That's
3 hours."
2 hours I've been able to see the wine.
Fair enough.
It's a
He takes, like, a
beautiful
sip.
day.
He takes a sip of it, and hands the goblet back to you, and says, "I guess you're right. It is quite a beautiful day indeed." And the two of you are just kind of like
Yeah,
walking
ding,
along the
ding,
edge
dong.
of this overlook, where you can see the whole city. And right now is a very busy time in the city. There are people from all over the world kind of traveling to this city, and you see like many ships in the port down below, all bearing different standards and colors of all different peoples across Theros. And he just looks to you with a somewhat serious tone. He says, "The reason I called you is, as you know, my time in this world will be coming to a close soon enough. And
And as you know, I hate to think about that,
he says, yes, I know.
much less discuss it.
These are the things that we must think about in times like this. And the Rite of Succession must be held to ensure that there is someone to lead Theros along the proper path when I am no longer able to do so. It will only be another week or so before things are set in motion here. Champions from the world over are already starting to trickle into the city."
Okay.
He says, I've already decided what the ordeal will be. I thought you would like to know. Are you familiar with the legend of Asteri?
Am I familiar with the legend of Asteri?
Roll a history check.
Okay.
Roll a history check.
Normal, advantage.
Just a straight up history check. How much did you pay attention that day in class? Not. Yeah, so I imagine you like start to be like, oh yeah, it's, and he's like, no, that's the other thing. The Legend of Asteri states, it tells of a tale of the war between the gods and the archons well before our time. But during this war, it is said that the great Nyx dragon Asteri was thrown from the heavens by Agnomachos, the archon lord himself. Where Asteri fell, it said she perished, and the location long since lost to time. I have learned of where she lay, however. The task I will bestow upon our champions is the retrieval of her heart. Doing so will mean a journey to near the ends of the world. Those who survive the ordeal will truly be worthy of consideration for the crown. And he pulls out like a gilded crown. This is a crown you've never seen before, which is fashioned in the shape of laurels, but it has like this massive cavity in the front of it that kind of connects the other two, as if there's something that's supposed to fit into it. And he hands it to you to look at.
I take it and I say, it would be pretty gross to put a heart in here.
He laughs and says, a creature like this, it is not a literal organ. You know, it is a piece of the Nyx itself, sort of. You know, I guess it's a hyperbole.
Won't everyone within the Nyx get kind of mad? Should we bring a piece of it back?
The gods in the Nyx have much of it for themselves. I'm sure they will not miss but a fragment. And should they request it back, I'm sure whoever ends up in the possession of such a thing would be more than happy to do so.
Why don't you ever sanction my mischief? This is mischief of the highest order.
This is not mischief. This is
stealing a piece of the
statecraft.
Stop saying stealing a piece of the Nyx.
It's not being stolen. It landed. Look, this crown was forged by Perforos himself for the next emperor. The Nyx heart will be the final addition to it. Truly a crown fit for the emperor of Theros, whoever it may be. And I'm sure if Perforos had an issue with it, he wouldn't have sanctioned his anvil rod to bring it to me. In any case, and he kind of leads you to sit down at like another one of these big marble slabs over here.
I sit with him.
He says, I wonder, how shall I choose an heir should multiple champions return? If the gods see fit to put more than one potential heir before me, how am I to know which among them is the greatest warrior, leader, and ultimately the one who will guide Theros into a brighter future?
I suppose you'll have to watch them and see who does best.
Says, my darling daughter, I would ask if you would be so kind on such an occasion that you would be my eyes and ears. I can certainly not survive such a journey, though I am remiss to admit it.
She
Not
spits
anymore,
out her
at least.
wine when he's like, my darling daughter, I ask that you. She like was taking a drink. She spits it back into her goblet and is just like, and there's just wine like dripping down her chin.
He kind of chuckles. Says, I thought you would be inclined to do so. You've always said you wish to see more of the world. So I ask, would you be my record keeper on this? Keep a detailed report of all you see within your heart. Relay it to me upon your return, that I might know who I ought to choose.
It would be an honor. When do I set out?
He says, well, you'll set out in a week's time with the rest of the champions. on the ship Sunspear as they leave the port. Until then, I guess think of what preparations you will need to make. Says, but I do have something for you. And he kind of leans down beside the bench and pulls up this this simple but like finely crafted wooden box.
As he's reaching down, I look over to his bookshelf at the gap where the dirty joke book sat before to make sure that he hasn't noticed that I've taken
It's
it.
like another book like leaning in on it, like.
And then I look
Yeah.
back to him.
He hands you this wooden box and says, with like a pang of sadness to his voice, Theros wanted you to have this. He had it crafted for you some time ago, and I'm sure it was his only regret that he were never able to give it to you himself. I believe it was intended as a name day gift of last year, but I felt this might be a more appropriate time. And he just hands the box to you, and it's like a good size, like 3-4 foot long wooden box.
I run my hands over it really gently, and for perhaps the first time, you see Karis get very serious and a little bit forlorn. And then you see her start to like appreciate the carvings in the wood, and like and maybe like point out a god's face that's etched into it or whatever. And then she says, "It's beautiful."
He says, "Open it."
I
I
open
think
it.
you'll like what's inside. Yeah, inside the box is an ornate short bow crafted of yew with 3 seemingly delicate silken strings taut between either end of it. However, despite its delicacy, it does look quite sturdy as well. And there's like magical enchantments very clearly placed upon it. And in the box as well is a note. Just like a small folded up piece of paper.
I pluck the strings a little bit though.
Yeah, they're tuned. It's like a harp.
Ding ding dong.
A tear.
That's just a single satyr tear. Yeah. Are you going to read the note? or
Obviously,
just
yeah,
close it
yeah.
up? Okay.
Actually, I might hand it to the emperor and ask him to read it to me.
Sure. He's like, okay. He unfolds it, and it reads, "To the hedonist Karis, long may you outwit, outplay, and outlove all of those around you. Happy name day, dearest daughter." And it's signed Theros at the bottom.
When he looks up from the note, she's like clutching the bow harp and just smiling and kind of crying a little.
For sure. He kind of just like goes in for like a hug, and just says to you, "You're gonna do good. I'm sure Theros will be watching over you however he can be."
The time away from you.
What of it?
I had just always planned on leaving after.
Says, well, you can still leave after. But first, I need you to leave before and then come back in one piece, ideally. Otherwise, how am I to know anything about what's happened on this great journey? I look forward to hearing your tales of such things. You will see much, and it will not be easy, but I would not let you go did I not think you were ready.
Oh, what up with the like bronze men?
Oh, yeah, they came from Mount Velis with the crown. For Theros had them deliver it himself, I guess, or themselves rather. I do not imagine they'll be sticking around.
Neat.
Cool. So with that, we pull away from the capital of Meletis and travel across the continent of Theros to the other side of the known world. We go past the Data River, past the Badlands of Phoberos, until we arrive in the polis of Scophos, the labyrinthian capital of the Minotaur. Through twisting walled city streets, we see countless people, all humanoid, but with the heads and features of the bull, which Minotaur is so famous for. The people of Scophos all flock to a structure near the center of the city, the high temple of Mogus, the god of destruction, death, blood, and war. Heading up the immense set of stairs leading into this brutalist and imposing structure, sounds of battle can be heard. There's the third day of Onismos. One part contest, one part gladiatorial event. Anyone can enter the Onismos. The only rule is the fighting doesn't stop until all but one remain. The temple itself is paved with glittering black marble coated with the blood of 100 fallen. In the center of the temple, surrounded by carnage, we see the last two remaining combatants. Two Minotaur, the tremendous marble altar of Mogus looming behind them. The first is Garanoth, a hulking brute with massive horns, sporting a black mottled coat of fur, bloody and furious. He wields two elongated claw-like weapons in each hand. Standing across from him, we see Astatoro, Bearborn. Tyler, would you please describe your character and what's going on with you right now?
Astatero Bearborn is sporting two, what are they called? I already forgot what they're called. The wrist things. Bracers.
Yeah.
Two bracers on each arm, bronzed, but ornate. Seemingly old, but not. Unique to what you normally see around in Minotaur culture. He stands tall, at 6'5", large, 275 pounds. He's got thick white fur like that of a polar bear, but to an extent you can see black lines around his eyes and towards the base of his horn and going down towards his body. There's some black fur mixed in between. His eyes glowing blue. One horn clearly broken, but something else has replaced the tip. A unique metal that you haven't seen at all around the earthly realm. He's wearing a chest plate, but it's not normal breastplate. It's like piecework, pieces. And the most unique thing about it is down the right shoulder, he has more armor that goes about halfway down his muscles. He stands tall and wielding a long staff with at the end a double-ended axe with a sharp coming together almost with a curve to it, like an S. One side is a little bit lower, the other side is a little bit further out, and the tip is pointed.
Okay. So we see both warriors probably exhausted after 3 consecutive days of fighting, bloody and potentially beaten in some areas. The pinnacle of what a Minotaur can hope to achieve in combat as they go to face each other, each ready to potentially die for a shot at becoming the next Emperor of Theros. Garanoth lowers his horns and charges forwards towards you, brandishing his weapons and snorts, the steam exuding from his nostrils and melding with the blood-tainted air. In the harsh-sounding Minotaur language, he says, "Let us end this. Mogus, witness this slaughter in your name." What would you like to do as he's charging towards you?
You're gonna see a kind of a smile and an exhale come out of his nose of just you can see the dust. His hair is obviously pretty splattered with blood. He's gonna actually plant the bottom of his blade into the ground and jump, leveraging on top of it, aiming to land on top of his opponent. Okay,
so we're gonna do an athletics check here from you, and an athletics check here from our other pal. I'd imagine you're probably raging too, yeah?
Yeah.
You can roll with advantage because you'd be like worked up in this like crazy fucking gladiatorial fight that is happening.
Sure, I'll roll again with advantage.
Oh man, the 12 wasn't bad. That's way better. He rolled a 12 exactly, so this is decisive for us. So yeah, you get the drop on him, and like at this point, you guys are just both so like ready. Like this is it basically. He charges at you, and you know exactly what he's gonna do, and you get the drop on him, and you manage to throw him to the marble floor, maybe sliding somewhat against the blood that is slicking the ground. And you basically have him at your mercy. Your axe held directly above the nape of his neck, as there's just all these like priests and priestesses of Mogus kind of like around observing what is happening here. And they're just waiting to see what you're gonna do. And he just like snorts and looks up at you and says, "Finish it."
With a mighty roar, he's gonna raise his axe and swing and hit the dirt next to him and say, "One does not take life when life is necessarily meant for other greatness."
He huffs. And he just like slowly crawls up and just in like clearly greatly dishonored, just like drags himself out of the temple. And at this point, you hear the voice of the high priestess of the temple, Wraitha, who just says, "The rite of Onismos is complete. Astatoro Bearborn stands victorious, lest any other challengers would put forth their name." And you're basically just standing in the center of what is like this insane battlefield, this massive marble altar behind you, and no one fucking steps forward. Everyone's like, yeah, okay, like this is clearly out of my league. Anyone who would have had a chance has already since been slain or defeated. And yeah, so the various priests of Eros and Mogus all start to begin like placing laurels and kind of strips of cloth, which are all indicative of your victory over these other Minotaur, just kind of draping stuff across your shoulders and like around your neck and stuff. And off in the distance, you can hear the sound of thunder starting to roll coming in through the mountains. Do you have anything that you want to say to these people?
While this is happening, he's going to let out a mighty roar in response to the thunder, looking to the sky and raising his spear up above himself. Well, his long axe blade thing that he has greatly dubbed the Great Axe on a Stick. And raise it high and roar.
Yeah. So you raise your Great Axe on a Stick up and you let out this like, wah, like roar, which just echoes through the temple and echoes throughout the labyrinthian city of Scophos. And as you do so, almost as if in response to you, lightning strikes from this opening in the top of the temple and destroys this black marble altar to Mogus, just shattering it, sending like pieces of marble like flying everywhere, which gives a moment of pause to everybody that is in here, just clearly being like, okay, this man is definitely the destined one who is meant to be standing where you are now. And with that victory and with that call to Keranos, your piety score to Keranos, the god of storms, increases by 1, as you feel he is greatly satisfied not only with your victory but your show of like essentially one-upmanship. I mean, avoiding the needless slaughter by letting that last person leave and just being like, you might have other potential, but this is like my time to be the champion of these people, basically. Yeah. So with that, we start to peel away from Scophos. As we see the brewing storm above Scophos begins to pick up around this temple, we drift away and move past the mountains to the east, over the canyons and crags where the cyclopean creatures of Mount Velis dwell. And eventually, we find ourselves in the golden plain of Oreskos. We see brilliant shades of copper, bronze, and golden grass as high as it can be grown, all catching the sunlight. Amid the tall grass, we see groups of Leonin, which are humanoid in shape, but with the features of a lion, each one making their way on a great pilgrimage to Tethmos, the only city of the nomadic Leonin people, and their de facto capital just by default. Tethmos stands as a wonder of architecture. The entire city is carved out of the Catchathon Mountains. Towards the peak of its most central structure, we see a stoic and powerfully built Leonin man in a brilliant chamber of stone, wearing these like blue and golden robes. Noticeably, this chamber is devoid of any statues, markings, or other forms of homage to the gods of Theros. Sitting in the room surrounding the central figure is a council of Leonin matriarchs, each one representing their own pride of Leonin, and advising the man who stands at the center and is kind of walking around and pacing, listening to all the words they have to say. Eventually, one of the matriarchs chimes in and says, "So, you've made up your mind then, have you, speaker?" The speaker, known to all as Speaker Berez, nods his head and says, "Send him in." Through the sealed door of this council meeting, we see an antechamber on the other side, in which a dozen or so various Leonin, each strong, young, and capable in many different ways, are standing in anticipation. The doors of the council chamber finally open wide. All of the matriarchs exit and begin their descent down the stairs to leave the area, save for one. Venetia, the matriarch of the Morning Sun Pride, lingers for a moment. She looks decisively at one of the Leonin champions and says, "Aphalor, the speaker wishes to convene with you." Messi, would you please describe your character and what you're up to and what you'd like to do in this instance?
Yeah, first, I'm so sorry. I changed his name like 5 minutes before we started. So the name you have written there is the old name. It's now a Falier, but basically the same. It's basically the
It
same.
says, wait, sorry, that's your old Twitch handle, Falier.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I rebranded. Yeah. So to the same name, just with a Y instead of an O. So so he's standing there. He is a large fellow. I rolled his height and everything, and then when I saved it, it just wiped it, so I don't see it anymore. He was like mid 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a beefy man. He's like 245, 250.
Like a big lion, man.
Yeah, he's big. He's coated in just these really bright blonde hairs all over his body, except for around his eyes. He has tufts of white fur that almost form like blush, like almost looks like blush.
Mm-hmm.
And then his mouth is white, and it sort of turns golden as it goes down his chin into his neck. And he's standing there, and he's a strong-looking man. And what did they say to me? I'm sorry.
She just said that the speaker wishes to convene with you.
So he would nod his head and approach to enter the tent.
So yeah, you go towards this council room, and as you do so, behind you would see matriarch Venetia, who was the one just speaking to you, like exits as well, and like so do all of the other Leonin champions that were in that antechamber. Some of them maybe look like a little disappointed. And as you walk into this council room, Speaker Berez welcomes you into the chamber, and he says, "Falir, it was good to see you again. Please seal the door as you come in."
And he would do so, and then he would turn and face him. And I'm not sure what the appropriate action would be, if he's supposed to kneel or whatever, or if he just nods. Or
yeah. So something interesting about Leonin culture, they just like have this whole idea of like nobody kneels for anyone. Like
Perfect.
He is the speaker, which outsiders would consider him like the king of the Leonin. Like it's like the king or queen, but the Leonin don't consider him as stuff. Speaker is his official title. Basically, he's just the one who has been designated to speak on behalf of the Leonin people when it comes to matters that like affect everyone or like matters of the outside world. So the proper, like, definitely respect would be expected, but like
Okay.
you wouldn't be expected to bow or anything.
So he would just keep his. He'd probably cross his arms and
Yeah.
a little bit uncomfortable, and he
Mhm.
would say, "My speaker, you called for me."
I feel it is obvious enough, so I won't keep you in suspense. I have chosen, under the advice of the council, that you should be the one to represent us at the Rite of Succession. There are few among us I would have seated on that throne, and among them, I think the best chance and our best choice is you.
If you don't mind me asking, why me?
He kind of takes a step closer to you and is very candid in the way that he's speaking. He just says, "The world is getting much smaller. If we do not learn to change our isolationist ways, we will be left behind. I've tried to do much in terms of allowing others into our lands. The humans of Melitus, among others, have proven trustworthy thus far. It is a slow and arduous process. However, were one of our kind to sit on the imperial throne, well, the possibilities for our people are endless. I chose you for this reason. Where others may be equally strong or may have many deeds to their name as you do, when I look at those deeds and I look at how you live, not just how you fight, I see hope for us. The worship of the gods, rather, our rejection of them, has always been something the other peoples of Theros fear. They are uneasy around us and feel that we may bring ill omens and what have you upon them with the fact that we do not bend to anyone, let alone the gods themselves. And I want you to show them that as a Leonin, as mortals, there's so much more from us than acting as pawns to the whims of uncaring deities. I want you to show them what freedom from the shackles of antiquity can look like, and show them that only when we all band together can we truly live.
Yeah, ding
I
ding
see.
dong.
Well, I humbly accept.
He claps you on the shoulder and says, "I knew you would."
Yeah, and he at that he'd kind of drop his arms back down to his side. But if you don't mind me asking, who would take over my position in my pride?
He says, "This is a matter I leave to Venetia as the matriarch. I'm sure she will have someone in mind. If there was someone you had in mind, I'm sure that she would be happy to hear you out and take your advice. I mean, it is times like this when we are all convened in our capital city that many members of prides exchange. Bonds are created, new families are born, lovers break apart, people go their separate ways. This is the time for exchanging members of pride. So I'm sure, if not one within your own pride, there is someone, perhaps one of the champions of another pride, even, who may be able to take your place as the guardian of your pride. And I'm sure that position would still be open to you should you return but not be selected. However, I do not foresee such a thing. Then again, I am not an oracle of the gods, nor would I wish to be."
Right. Yes, sir. If you don't mind, I would like to speak with her then, if we're done here.
Certainly. You may go. Should you need anything from me before you depart, simply come see me.
Thank you, and thank you for the blessing. And he would turn and walk out.
So yeah, you head out. You see this empty antechamber. Venetia's actually waiting. Like, you go down the stairs to like the lower floor. There's Leonin kind of everywhere, all convening. And this is basically just like equivalent, for lack of a better term, like Leonin Con. Like, everyone's just like, "Oh man," like people are like exchanging greetings. Like, "Haven't seen you in years." Like, it's been like 2 years since we last had one of these things. Like, old friends and like bitter rivals who haven't seen each other in a long time are like getting in arguments and having these contests of strength and skill, because again, something very common amongst Leonin people is just like contest for the sake of contest, whether it be physical, mental, like trying to outwit each other, or just like argumentative, like so there's a lot of that going on. And you see Venetia, she's not really engaged with anyone else. She's kind of like leaning against one of the walls down there as if she's like expecting you to come down. It was just like, as you come down, she actually will come over to you and just be like, so I take it you accepted.
Yeah, and he'll stroll next to her and like kind of like ask her to like walk next to him. And he'll like
Sure.
have his hands behind his back, just kind of taking in the environment and say, did you know he was going to say that?
Not when we got here. However, at the end of our council meeting, just moments before I came out, his decision was made. So long as you would accept it.
Was it as unanimous as everyone said? Or sorry, as the speaker said?
I mean, ultimately, he is the one who gets the final say, so any decision made is truly unanimous. However, of course, every matriarch from every pride debates and puts forth arguments for their own champion from their own pride, much as I did about you. But by the end of it, it was between you and one or two others that all of the matriarchs were in agreement would be a fine fit. No one is upset that you've been chosen. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, so as they're speaking, he would be kind of leading her to a very, well, not a very, but a more secluded area than the busy, rowdy parts, someplace a little more private. And he would stop and turn to her and say, I accepted, but I'm not sure about it.
She nods and says, we cannot be sure of anything. That is our burden as those who refuse to look to the stars for answers. But that is also our gift. It's what makes life worth living.
How do you expect the other nations to react if someone like me were to rule them?
Should you find yourself sitting on that throne, I imagine there will definitely be those who are not happy with it, as there will be those who are unhappy with anyone who sits on the throne for one reason or another. However, whether they choose to believe that you will uphold the gods or not, should you find yourself on that throne, they will see it as destiny and as the gods' will that you end up there. We might know that you end up there thoroughly just through sheer determination and sense of will, but that might be what some will see, and eventually some may come around. I don't foresee a world in which rejection of the gods becomes the norm, but I hope for one in which it becomes less feared.
Yes, there is a lot of good I could do for the people.
Indeed.
And for us.
I think it will speak to the hearts of many if they see someone so staunchly not aligned with the gods and their games sitting upon the highest seat of power Theros has to offer. That intrinsically may change the hearts and minds of many.
Well, I hope you are correct. Now, about my position, and he'd kind of put his hand on her back. Walking away, he'd be like, you know, my brother.
Yeah,
he is
totally.
also a skilled fighter.
Yeah, she's just like, here we go. Like, yeah. So with that, we we fade away from Tethmos and the rowdy reunions happening within, and we finally move to the west, to the arid lands of the Acroan people, We see formations of expertly trained soldiers, all sporting brilliant bronze armor, polished to a T. Their famous round shields, all emblazoned with different symbols and such of their various regiments, and deadly spears at each of their sides, marching in formation throughout city streets and along its walls. People here go about their daily lives with complete security, granted only by the legendary warriors of the Stracian class. Each one allegedly connected to the bloodline of the 7 legendary warriors who founded the polis in the first place. In almost every city square, a statue to Erois, the god of victory, can be seen. Normally, the city would be filled with the din of any other major Therosi city, traders going about their business, farmers working the land, of course, Acro and hoplites training in the Agogi. But today, the champions of the Acroan people will be chosen. Today, everybody who could possibly fit in the arena at the center of the colophon, and then some, are standing in awe as the most legendary champions of Akros compete in all manner of games and challenges. Everything from chariot racing, monster slaying, to feats of strength and skill. At the end of a long day of bread and circuses, all but 3 champions remain. We have Heratos, the Ram, a burly man in his mid-40s, equipped much like many of the hoplites in this area with the spear, sword, and shield. We have Senera Regalis, a battle-hardened warrior who claims over 100 victories in her initial years of mandatory military service with similar equipment. And Vigo Aurelius. Russ, would you please describe your character and what you are currently doing? Right now, you guys are basically under the Colosseum, awaiting your final bout. You've been like kind of fighting and engaging in different feats of strength and skill kind of all day. And it's been narrowed down to the 3 of you. The Colosseum, there's like this big portcullis that opens up into like the main arena. And you are here with these other 2 champions just kind of waiting for the horn to blast, signaling that it's your time to enter the arena.
Well, Vigo is currently he has his giant tar shield and he's wiping it down, getting rid of any dust or any smudges that might make his shield not shine that the with the mark of his goddess Clothis. But Vigo is a armor-clad warrior with that very large shield. On his back, he has a very tall pike, and in his other hand, his free hand when he's not shining down his shield, is a spear made of Arcos' finest iron. He wears a full plate helmet, which just shows his nose and mouth, which is open. But under it, you can see his 2 eyes, which have they like shine with radiant energy. Because Vigo is a paladin of destiny, and once he's done shining his shield, he stands with purpose, awaiting his call.
Perfect. Yeah, and you see your 2 these other 2 champions down here with you are kind of doing like a similar thing, like cleaning their weapons, getting them ready and stuff. And there's like an interesting relationship between the 3 of you because like, yes, you guys are competing, but also like the Akrosi culture is very not like kill or be killed. It's like victory and honor and valor and more of like the lofty ideas of war and battle. So like they want to beat you, but they want to do it fairly and like, you know, so there's like that sense of kinship as well, like recognizing each other as skilled warriors. And with that, we hear a single blast from the Horn of Cymede, which blares through the Colosseum as the crowd begins to cheer. The bronze gate before you opens, and 3 champions step out onto the sands. As you walk through the portcullis, you see the famous words of Erois carved into the wooden frame. Victory is eternal. On the opposite end of the arena, you see your target. A massive serpentine creature, one of Farrakha's damned gargantuan snakes, easily 100 feet long, with a body like an ancient Nessian tree. The only thing holding it in place is the combined magic of a dozen or so fire speakers. As you guys walk out, you just hear the crowd cheering and like champions are raising up their shields and stuff. There's a lot of pageantry happening here. And you see from up on the monarch's pedestal, raised above the masses in kind of the center of the Colosseum. You see the Queen Regent, Tyrannica, and she calls out, "Champions of Akros, you have proven yourself above all others today. Each of you has earned a place of honor among us, and surely you are all destined to go down in the annals of history as some of our greatest heroes. But only one of you can be our champion. Whoever takes the head of this monstrosity," and she like gestures towards the snake, "will be that champion. May Erois bring you glory." And the entire arena just like erupts with thunderous applause and cheers, awaiting the spectacle to come. The serpent is released from its bonds. You see the magic start to dwindle as it starts to wriggle free. You see your two kind of compatriots here like pull on the helmet, which of course has that very classic Acrosian like mohawk of like red on the top. And it is loosed from its bonds and it begins rapidly charging towards you and your fellow champions, waking the earth as it does so. What would you like to do?
Vigos is gonna raise the shield ready, spear in hand, point it forward, ready for the beast to come forward. He's gonna mutter under his breath that it's a sad fate that this creature walked into this arena because he's destined to die.
I love it. All right, go ahead and roll for me. I guess this will just be athletics as well.
Okay.
Okay, that's very good. So you ready yourself, and these other two champions kind of like fan out around you, so you're kind of like this semicircle, and they do a very similar thing. You would see the snake just comes up, and oh my god, yeah, and it just immediately like slams with its tail against Heratos, and he just gets thrown into the fucking side immediately. He doesn't die, but he's effectively out of this fight. Like, he has many broken limbs or ribs, and probably a broken limb or two. But you and Sanera kind of manage to hold your ground, and like the snake comes up to try to bite you, and you hold your shield and like clasps around its mouth around the shield, and you stab up into its mouth, causing it to like reel back. And this fight just continues to go on, and the people are loving it. Up in the box, we kind of take an aside, and you see Priestess Varana, who is an oracle of Clothis, the god of destiny, who stands behind the regent Tyrannica. And she just is kind of wearing simple white robes with a blindfold over her eyes. And which is very common of priestesses of the faith of Clothis, which are very far and in between, but they're immediately recognizable by this one common trait. She leans forward and speaks to the Queen Regent and says, "I told you he would make it to the end. He is destined to sit on that throne, whether you like it or not." And Tyrannica gives a sly glare and says, "We'll see about that." And below we see this fight, just you and Sanera just skirting around this snake and rolling, like it's like a real Dark Souls-esque fight, rolling and like stabbing when you can and stuff.
Panic rolls everywhere.
Yeah, and make for me another athletics check.
Sure thing.
The snake comes down and basically goes to strike. Like, it does that thing where it reels back and then lurches forward. And you see your fellow champion here, Sanera, loses her footing for a moment. And you basically have an opportunity here. It's gonna straight up kill her.
It's going to kill her?
It's going to kill her. You can step in and avoid it from, like, prevent that from happening, or you can take this as an opportunity to potentially allow her to die, but also get the kill shot on the snake.
Right. I guess in a split decision moment, you would think, is this how it's supposed to be? Is she supposed to die or not? Maybe make a silent prayer to Clothis, asking for any guidance. Truly, I don't think he believes she should die, and would somehow aid her.
Yeah, so you manage, this snake comes in, and you manage to, like, with your spear, instead of taking the mortal blow, like, strike it on the top of the head, which just, like, slams its jaw shut as it kind of, like, hits the sand. And she just, like, looks to you, like, realizing what just happened.
I would
It's
just,
like,
get up, it's not your time.
she nods and, like, straightens her helmet down. I'm gonna need one more athletics check from you. If you'd be so
Sure
kind.
thing.
Yeah, hacking ding dong.
Well, if this is the last one, I could twist fate and add a D8 too.
You certainly could. This potentially is the last one.
Let's do it.
Mhm.
So 19.
19 is insane. Yeah, so with that, again, this snake kind of lurches and just skirts around the outside of the arena, its body like covering the entire wall, just rapidly circling around as the two of you are kind of back to back in the arena. And then it darts out at you, and you see, like, time almost slows down for you as you're like, you feel this is the moment where it happens. And you get that moment as it runs, you just throw your spear, and it just, like, clean goes right through its head into the back of the wall, and the snake just kind of, like, falls to the ground dead. And everybody in this Coliseum just goes insane.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Just start running, run up, and start carving.
Yeah, and you go up and just draw out your short sword and just, like, start cutting off the head. And up in the box, we see Priestess Verana just, like, kind of standing there, like, smugly looking out. She doesn't say anything. And Tyrannica just looks up at her and just, like, and goes up and says, Akros, I give you your champion. And everyone cheers and goes nuts.
Are you not entertained?
I was waiting for it. Yeah, and they are very much entertained as you just, like, slough off the head of this snake. Like, a bunch of dudes who just are effectively, like, janitors just come out and, like, start dragging it away to, like, probably go turn into some kind of trophy.
Right.
And with that, the din of the arena starts to fade as you kind of walk out. And as you're going out, you see, like, you see Heratos being, like, carried away on a stretcher.
Poor guy.
And as you're kind of just, like, gathering your things and getting ready to leave, Sonara kind of catches up to you, and she's like, you did not have to do that.
Of course I did. It's my role. I am a protector, and I am also, I can tell that it was not your time.
She says, well, thank you. And she gives you a clap on the shoulder and then just kind of goes about her business.
Right.
And as you're walking, she says, I will not forget this. And yeah, as you exit the arena, you find the priestess of Clothis. Verana is kind of just waiting out there for you. And as you go out, she just comes over and says, as I said, you would be victorious.
It was in the fates. It was meant to be.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, let us make our preparations and see you to the capital.
Surely.
So you basically just spend the rest of the day. She kind of helps you get your armor and stuff and get equipped as you get ready for the journey, which will take a couple days to get to the capital of Theros. So with that, several days pass as each of our champions slowly but surely make their way to the imperial capital of Melitus. The city, which is a massive city, city-state proper, is typically quite busy, but now it is truly alive as people from all over the world begin to gather to bear witness to what is sure to be a once in a lifetime occurrence. All of these delegations arrive. So like as I mean, Karis, you would just be here witnessing all of this because you're from here. But like Asatora, you would arrive with like a kind of a posse basically of other Minotaur warriors who are just like traveling with you, like all delegates and that kind of stuff. Like there would be warriors here who are here for protection, but also like priests and priestesses of the various gods that are worshipped in the Minotaur lands. All bearing these like standards and signs of Scophos. And
Asatora would actually try and break away from them.
yeah, sure.
They're holding banners of different gods or different things and just try and be ahead or separate.
Totally. So you they would definitely all be here, but you're like leading the pack. There's like a good 60-foot gap between you and like this Minotaur delegation that's coming here. Because this is the other thing too, right? Events like this where everyone comes together are great for like schmoozing and like political shit. It's like that's not why you guys are here, but there's a lot of people that are backing you up that are here for that reason. It's a great time to make new friends, forge alliances, conduct trade, all that kind of stuff.
I imagine he's like looking over his shoulder, kind of like
just like fucking
annoyed.
Yeah, totally. And like they're smart enough to recognize that and give you your distance. Like no one's gonna fuck with you, especially considering like everything that they have borne witness to, that very dramatic display with the lightning bolt and whatnot. So yeah, they're happy. And then as you come into the city, that same priestess comes over to you and just says, I will not tell you what to do. You know where you must be when the time is right. We are going to go about our business. So long as you find yourself in the courtyard of the Imperial Palace when the time is due, I will leave you to your business.
I will be where I need to be.
She nods and says, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. And she will say to you kind of as like a passing remark, you know, well, Mogus teaches us strength and teaches us that the strong survive.
Mogus is the reason I was tossed out as a child.
She nods and says, I know. And while I know you do not seek to honor him, and while you fight for our people, but not for him, just know that something else he teaches us is to respect strength, to follow those that wield it. So although I may be a priestess of Mogus, I am on your side.
He'll just kind of like roll his eyes without rolling his eyes. Just kind
Yeah.
of whatever.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, cool. So with that, she leaves you to it. And they all kind of go do their own thing. We would also see Athalir, your as you guys come in, it's again same this delegation of like Leonin warriors kind of following you, heading them up as you guys all enter the city. And they are probably less interested in a lot of the political schmoozing, but like your band is probably built up more of warriors who are like here to protect if someone tries to assassinate you or something. Because they just like don't really trust a lot of the people from outside of the Leonin lands. But there would definitely be like a couple people that were sent by the speaker to basically
Diplomats.
who would be like people that he trusts to not just start arguments and wars with other political leaders. Among them would be the matriarch of your tribe, or your pride rather. Yeah, and they all just kind of like go. There would be a place waiting for you guys in the Imperial Palace, like a place for all of them to stay. Quite lavish accommodations, which would be set up for all the champions in their entourages, essentially. Yeah, and like the Leonin one specifically is like half outside, so that you guys can like go sunbathe or whatever. You can definitely tell as you get there,
Very
like great.
kind.
great consideration has been
Yeah.
taken with how
Really
they've
thought
set
about us.
up each of these different areas. Because something you would know is like the whole idea is all these city states are independent, but the emperor and the imperial like faction kind of sits on top of all of it, right? So this isn't like humans inviting you in. This is like something that is meant to serve you the same way it serves humans, the same way it would serve Minotaurs. Although that might not always be true depending on who's sitting on the throne. That's the idea behind having an emperor and whatnot. But yeah, was there anything that you were going to do here, or?
I think he would probably, because he's not used to being around this many different races of people and like these kind of rules, he would be just trying to follow the steps that he was given and just
Totally.
just be quiet and listen and absorb and not
For
so
sure.
much.
And
try to
you
do anything cool.
you definitely get some odd looks as you come in, like some looks of like caution, like oh geez, because a lot of these people like seeing other weird races and stuff is like very normal for the people of Meletis, but like Leonin are the one race that if there's any race in Theros that people haven't seen, it's probably Leonin because they're so isolationist, and if they have, it's like in passing, maybe a time. So you
Yeah.
definitely get some looks as people are kind of like, oh man, like these guys are here.
Yeah, and I think we would know it, so we wouldn't take it to like it wouldn't hurt us. Like we wouldn't be taking it personally. That's the
For
thing.
sure, it's expected, right?
Yeah, so I think we'd probably like meet a few gazes and like look away and be like, yeah, let's just focus on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Kind of that would be the vibe that we're giving off. Yeah.
Definitely. And like there's definitely a couple warriors who just like stare down people as they walk by. They're just like, what?
Sure.
Like,
I mean, I can't
like,
control everyone.
yeah, like I dare you to say something to me right now. But no one does. And Vigo, as you arrive with your entourage is definitely much smaller, but it would basically just be like a squad of Acroan hoplites with that priestess of Clothis who's with you and yourself. And like as you're walking through the city, it's definitely a very different vibe because people look up to Akros as like legendary warriors. So when people see like a squad of hoplite soldiers, it's like the equivalent of seeing like a bunch of like US Navy SEALs on like a parade on the 4th of July or something. It's like, oh man, these guys are like top shit. So there's definitely a lot of especially amongst the common folk who are like just kind of taking it in, or like kids and stuff who would be looking up to those type of people being like, oh, it's so cool. Like and yeah, I mean, you guys are all humans. This is a city of humans. You have a very close relationship with Meletis, so you've probably been here like a bunch of times before.
Right. I'm gonna nudge the priestess and be like, "Look, there's a Leonin over there. Is that a Minotaur? I guess they should all get their fair shot here." But all right, so be it.
She says to you, she says, "Yes, they."
Next, you're gonna tell me the satyrs are here as well.
I thought she chuckles and is like, you know. It would be the first time the satyrs sent someone to compete as a champion. I'm sure we will see some of them around because satyrs are never ones to pass up a good time and a great spectacle. But
in the background, you see Karis run past topless, just like, party! I'm just kidding.
And that's actually something very interesting to know too about satyrs is like satyrs kind of have their own bit of nature carved out where they have like, it is a city, but it's more like a collection of villages and stuff because they're so focused on just being in tune with nature and living their best lives and like don't really have time for government. So they obey the imperial laws as much as they need to, but they often go to other lands. Like satyrs are actually very commonplace in Akros because of all the spectacle and the Colosseum and the game stuff. They go to watch it because they're like, this is amazing. Like the Aroan Games are basically like kind of akin to the Olympics, like this big thing that happens every year. And a lot of satyrs that live in Akros like live for that shit. They're like the most hardcore sports fans you've ever met. And they go there and like they're the dudes who have like tailgate parties outside of the Coliseum and like are there every day.
Pre-gaming, post-gaming, all gaming.
Yeah, they're just drunk the entire like 4 weeks that it happens, and then spend the rest of the year talking about how awesome that was, and then the second half of the year excited for when it's going to happen again. So like you would be no stranger to satyrs, and like there would definitely be satyrs around because the mood here is kind of like 50% political schmoozing and like all this crazy high level stuff happening, and 50% like common people like partying and like coming to this insane event that happens like every lifetime within the emperor's life cycle, which is different because the last emperor was a human. So that's like, he was the emperor for like probably 60 some years. And so was the emperor before him. But the one before that was a Triton. So he would live like 200 years, which is a much bigger gap. So this is something that like not everyone would see in their lifetime. And everyone is very excited about.
Speaking of Tritons, how are they mingling with the land people?
So yeah, the Tritons, which are, for those of you who do not know, this race of like fish people. Tritons are humanoid, but they are like typically blue or purple and have like this kind of slick skin, and have like fans almost instead of like hair and stuff, and like fans on like their forearms and stuff, or fins rather. Tritons are not very commonplace in most other cities. Tritons are kind of commonplace in Meletis because it is a coastal city, and their capital city of Oslath is like underneath the ocean just outside of Meletis. So they do a lot of trade and stuff. And there are some Tritons who actually just choose to live on land and like make out a living here instead of opting to visit their ocean home. So there's definitely a fair amount of Tritons around, and like you would see the Triton delegation and their representative Aislinn, who is like known as the Sea Witch because she's this very powerful Triton oracle of Thassa, both of Thassa, the sea goddess, and Afara, the goddess of civilization. So they're intermingling and like getting along quite well with most of the humans and stuff. Just a lot of them have been to this place before. And the last thing I want to note on before we move on too is for you, Vigo, when you notice the Leonin, specifically the priestess is just like almost scoffs as they come in. She's like, although you are clearly destined for the throne and others will understand as time goes out, keep an eye on that one. And she like points specifically to Athalir from like a distance. It is just like, I mean, you would understand why she says this because you would know about how the Leonin like typically reject the gods and are beholden to it. And Clothis's literal whole thing is like, the gods exist here. It's like Clothis's whole thing with the idea of destiny is like maintaining the cosmic order. So it's like, here's all the gods, this is how they sit. Here's mortals, they sit here. Here's like other worldly beings, like this is how they all sit. And specifically the reason that you would have become a champion of Clothis, because for a long time that was not really a thing, because Clothis as the god of destiny doesn't really need worshippers because destiny is just like a constant. Destiny in the mortal realm is fucked up right now. So Clothis is like the past like 100 years or so has felt the need to intervene and actually go out and choose champions. So while as an Acroban soldier you wouldn't be an odd sight, seeing an actual like champion of Clothis is like a little odd.
Right.
Not that people would be like weird about it, but it's just like, oh, interesting. So yeah, and she just kind of warns you about that specifically because just like those others will understand that person has no respect for anything that we stand for.
Right. Yeah.
Proud of it.
Exactly. Exactly. Hence the warning.
So that's why they call it a pride. I see.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
It's kind of ironic though, just saying.
Right. On that note, each of you enter the city and go about your business, whether you go straight to the Imperial Palace and your lodgings or not. Yeah, so there definitely is like maybe not as grand as where you're from or as like in Akros, but there would be like fighting arenas and stuff here 100%. Are you going to participate or are you going to watch?
He's going to scout it out. He's not going to participate right away, but he's going to see what their pit is like.
Yeah, totally.
When do you do this?
When I first arrive.
That's the first thing you do? Okay.
Yep.
You guys basically have like a day because you kind of are all arriving. So like tomorrow is when you're meant to go to like the Imperial Palace for this address, and that's when you guys are like kind of get informed of everything that's going on. So yeah, you go to the fighting pits, and the fighting pits here in Meletis are very very different from what you're used to. Not that there's like the people are necessarily less skilled, but it's a lot. Whereas the focus in Scophos is so heavily on Mogus and like death, like most fighting matches in Scophos are like to the death. And like if someone is chosen to be spared, like what you did, that's like news. It's like, oh my god, like they didn't kill this dude. Whereas around here, it's kind of the inverse. Like the objective of the bouts are not to kill the other person, but sometimes it obviously just happens. Sometimes in those events, it's like, oh my god, someone got killed in the arena last night. Like, did you hear about that?
Is it 1v1 most of the time?
Yeah, there'd be all manner of different fights. Like there's all kinds of different games. Specifically in the fighting category, you'd have like 1 versus 1 with weapons, 1 versus 1 without weapons. Then you'd have like groups of like 2 or 3 versus groups of 2 or 3 with or without weapons, and they kind of fight each other until only one side is victorious, and then it turns into a free for all amongst that side. Then they fight each other to like reign supreme. So it's like you won, and then like you really won, right?
Like in Fall Guys.
It's a very Fall Guys-esque situation, yeah. There's like a big crown that floats down. You have to jump and grab it. But,
Of course.
That's the actual end screen. We're not telling you about it yet, but that's that crown. Put the heart into it.
Yeah, that's what
session.
it looks. The crown for the Emperor is the Fall Guys crown.
Yeah, the final session is all of us running up a mountain, dodging obstacles to get to the crown.
Oh, that would be so stupid. But yeah. So there's just a lot more of a vibe of respect here, because Mogus is straight up just like not really sought after here. It's more focused on the god Erois, who is the god of victory, but again, less about slaughter and killing and more about like lofty ideals and stuff. And because the whole idea there is that Mogus and Erois are both gods of war, and they're twins, and they hate each other. Mogus is all about like the brutality of war, whereas Erois is more about like the lofty ideals of like heroics and war and that kind of thing.
I would say he'd watch for a while and then probably enter to be a no weapons 1v1.
Yeah, totally. So you watch for a while and you take in a few different games and stuff, and like the fighting pits are lively right now. There's people from all over Theros here to participate. And eventually you decide like you've had enough watching. You go down and just find the guy and you're like, get me in kind of thing. And he's like, okay, geez, like whatever. We've had a Minotaur in a while.
Is there any betting in these arenas?
Any betting? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh,
there's tons of betting. There's like official betting, and then there's also like betting between friends and that kind of thing.
Right.
Too.
I want to put 10 gold on the Minotaur champion.
Totally.
Can I bet on myself?
Absolutely, you can.
All of my gold.
Oh. Yeah, right.
We're gonna make a killing.
You
Who
the
bets
odds
against
are
the
basically
Minotaur?
just like 2 to 1.
Yeah.
You know, you're a fucking Minotaur and a champion of Scophos, so people expect you to win. But you're without your weapons, so who knows?
Which I imagine is without armor as well. So my AC goes down to what, 14?
Right, which is going to make a little bit of a difference for sure. And what we're going to do here is just call this straight up like opposed athletics check. I'll roll this openly so we can see how it goes.
Cool. I entered my rage before this.
Of course, I assumed you would. And yeah, you go into the fighting pit and just get ready to have a good old romping, stomping brawl with this like Malaysian dude who, as you enter, you see this like big burly dude who just like beat the shit out of 2 guys. He's like, yeah, and you come in, he turns around, and he's like, oh fuck. Definitely did not sign up for this. 18 is insane. Let's see how he does. He rolls a natural 1. So yeah,
Wow.
This guy comes up and is like getting ready to dodge and weave. Just like, all right, come on, let's go. And you just like, boom, like punch him right in the face, and he's dead. He just hits the ground, and
His heart
everyone in the
stops.
arena cheers, and then it's just like, oh my god, like,
Can I just
somebody
say,
call a cleric.
in the,
I'll take
in the
my
chat,
gold and leave.
I was gonna say, instead of punching him, I grab him and just throw him like
Okay,
across the arena.
Which is even funny. You literally just like go. He's dodging, and you just grab him and just like with no pop and surge, just throw him, and there's just like a snap as he hits the wall. And you're like, oh, whoops.
So in the chat, we were betting on who was going to get the first natty 20, and then I said I definitely won't get the first natty 20, but I will get the first natty 1. But it wasn't even me; it was the DM. That's rigged.
Sign of things to come.
Yeah. So with that extremely short bout, there's like a oh my god, and then everyone like cheers and stuff because you won, and that was insane. And many people here have not seen a Minotaur fight. You know. And you go out, and the guy who is responsible for betting, like as you go out, is just like, "Yeah, here's your goal." And
all he does is he kind of grunts and sticks his hand out, and he'll probably even mutter under his breath, "Weak-skinned fools."
Yeah, and you double your money, so whatever you put down, you gain twice that amount.
Sweet.
Anyone who bet on you
now.
gains twice that amount.
That's very generous odds in a 1v1.
Yeah, well,
crazy.
it's just a roll of the dice.
Sure.
You get a +3. An advantage, I guess. The advantage is what helps you. But that's the difference between a Minotaur barbarian and just a dude who's strong. And as I just mentioned, this is one of those instances where, like, Karis, you would probably hear about this. Like, you're in the palace, and like, you're probably not even in the palace. You're like in the city with like a bunch of your friends that are just downtown, like just general friends, all probably getting drunk and just like gambling and playing games and stuff. And there's like a few people from outside of town who know that like, oh, whenever there are other satyrs here, and like, oh, wherever there's satyrs, a good time's sure to be had. And just carrying on, and like someone new enters, and there's this conversation, and this guy's just like, yeah, man, he just fucking died. This is like, what? And he's like, no, like this Minotaur dude just picked him up and biffed him into the wall. It was over in like 8 seconds. It was nuts.
That guy owed me 20 silver.
He's like, well, I guess you'll have to take that up with Aetherios because his soul is no longer present in the mortal world.
You have to go to his lawyer, his estate.
Yeah, 100%. Go to his grieving wife and be like, yeah, your husband.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just that guy that died like 5 minutes ago. Oh, you haven't heard? Oh,
is as I mentioned, like word of this does spread that like a crazy thing happened at the arena, which again isn't impossible and does happen, but it's like whenever it does, like oh shit, like it's like having a really bad wreck in NASCAR. Like it's not the point, but it happens enough, you know.
all my friends talk about NASCAR wrecks.
Right?
Yeah.
You know all the big ones. You know all the big ones. All right, so yeah, you definitely catch wind of this. Yeah, which is there anything else anyone wants to do on this day before we move on?
Yeah, so actually, when we first arrive, when the Minotaur takes off, obviously, I would go and speak to the other. I would want to go speak to the other champions. I would leave my pride and go personally to introduce myself to the other champions and their entourages. And I would probably start with the Tritons because I imagine a Leonin and a Triton haven't seen one another since the last time this happened, kind of a thing.
Pretty
Just
much.
because we're on opposite ends. Yeah.
You're on opposite ends of the continent. Also, you guys typically don't leave where you are, and they also typically don't really leave where they are,
Right.
Except to come to this specific city. So, like, you maybe have never even seen a Triton before, but you would definitely have like heard of them. Like, you would know what a Triton is. But yeah. So the Tritons, if you seek them out, are typically gonna be around the kind of like the fishing district towards the ocean, where there's a bunch of their people, like the entourage is there, but there's also just a bunch of other Tritons there, and they're just kind of like hanging out and talking amongst themselves.
I wonder, sorry, would anyone from my pride, like maybe the matriarchy, want to come with me, or would they
She'd
just
come
let
with
me
you if
go
you
on my
asked
own?
her, for sure. If you were like, hey, I'm going to check this out, she would.
Would they let me go on my own, or would they want to tag along, kind of a thing?
I mean, unless you were trying to sneak away, they would want to come with you.
Okay, yeah, so I'd have them with me then, my little
Cool. So your little
small band of people.
Yeah, your entourage comes with you. Yeah, so as you guys head out, you go down, and you would see the Triton champion is currently engaging in a conversation with a couple of her people. Also, the champion of Melitus, who did not have to travel to get here. She just lives here. Whose name is Natasha, is also with her, and they're just kind of talking amongst some of the other Tritons and stuff that are down here.
Okay.
So you just like roll up and introduce yourself, basically.
Well, I wouldn't interrupt their conversation, but I imagine when they see an entourage of Leonin coming, they would probably know that we're part of.
Totally.
You know.
It's like they're kind of
Yeah.
like in a circle talking. They see you coming and they make room for you guys
Okay,
to like come in.
Then yeah, I would come to the two champions, introduce myself personally, and hold out my hand if they wanted to shake it. I don't know what the commonality of introductions are here, but
Yeah, definitely. You do
maybe a
that,
bow or whatever.
and
I'm
Aislinn-
trying to be very polite, but I'm not sure what the customs are, so I might accidentally hold out my left hand instead of my right hand or something like
You
that.
sniff their butts.
Yeah.
Yeah, just something that's like a little off, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's not
You,
from here." Kind
You
of.
showed your hand, and Aislinn's like, and you had to do like that awkward thing where you're like, and then she like grabs her hand with her left hand and shakes it. She's like, you must be the champion of the Leonin.
My name is Afolier. It's a pleasure. And your name is?
She nods and says, I am Aislinn of the Triton people. It is a pleasure to meet you. And she gestures over to the other woman who's standing there, who's kind of this dark-haired woman who doesn't have a crazy amount of armor on, just like a breastplate, and just like wielding like a very long spear that's at her side. And says, and this is Natasha, of Citrium, the champion of Melitus. And she would then also extend her hand to greet you.
I would imagine she would extend her right hand, and he would hold up his left and be like, "Oh," and hold out his
Yeah,
left.
absolutely.
Do they look like warriors? Like, are they like armor? swords
Natasha
and shit?
definitely looks like a warrior. Like she has armor on, has this big spear and like a sword at her side.
I would be wearing my plate with my prize emblem on it.
Of course,
all
yeah.
decked out. Yeah.
And she doesn't have any noticeable symbols of any gods available, like readily prominent on her. But yeah, she definitely looks like a capable warrior for sure. Like she looks quite strong. Aislinn lacks a lot of what you would see in a typical warrior. She doesn't look particularly strong or particularly like battle worn, but she exudes this like aura where you're like, this person has more than meets the eye to her kind of thing. And based on tales you would have heard about the other champions, you would know that she is like a pretty skilled magic caster.
Her name's Aislinn.
Mm-hmm.
Aislinn. Okay. Aislinn, I see you're not wearing armor like the rest of us. I've heard of your magics. Would you mind demonstrating for me? I've never seen. A powerful mage before.
She nods and says, she kind of chuckles at that. She says, well, typically I like to stay far enough away so I do not need to rely on armor. Should I ever have to, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. She says, I would be happy to give you a demonstration. And she kind of like turns her back to you towards the water that's there and just like raises out her hands and just causes like a huge wave to start to manifest in the water and come up. And then not come any closer, but just it kind of comes crashing down like where it stood and just kind of sends some of the boats like waving a little bit in the harbor.
Marvelous.
There's like some dude out there swimming who's like,
Oh dear.
yeah. She's like, he'll be fine. Yeah. And she just says, I may not be as gifted with spears or shields as many of the other champions, but I have my ways.
And who have you heard is favored to win, if not the Tritons that held the seat longer than any human?
She chuckles at that and says, well, that has a lot more to do with what we are rather than who we are, but I think the one most favored to win is probably me. She like laughs at that. Like it's very clearly just making a joke of it, basically. She says, I truthfully, I do not know. I suppose that lays with the gods.
Right. The gods. He kind of like wink. No, I'm kidding. He'd be respectful. He'd be like, of course.
Glad you're back. Hope
And
you're having a good
was it
time.
Natasha? Is that
Smile.
her name?
Natasha.
Natasha.
Natasha, but with an S instead of an
Yeah,
A.
yeah, yeah. And Natasha, do you also cast magics? You look very powerful.
She chimes in and says, I cast magic to the extent of many Milesians. I rely mostly on physical prowess, and she like kind of grips her spear, but she says, I know a few tricks to help out in the heat of battle. I'm not giving a demonstration, though. You'll just have to wait and see.
As long as you keep me alive. He'd chuckle and punch her in the shoulder a little too hard. Like Leon in strength, he's like, oh shit.
Yeah, you do that. She's like, she like punches you like just like hard, like trying to hurt you. It's like, ow. Yeah, and she says, well, I'll be only one of us can ascend to the throne. Hopefully, we all live to see our loved ones whatever this is said and done.
I think it best to, if not me, someone else here will become emperor. Seems a good idea to make friends with everyone at the moment. So it's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to see what you got.
Cool.
And I'll go visit the others. Just make my rounds.
Yeah.
I imagine the Minotaur's not there.
When you go up to the palace, the Minotaur is not with the delegation. You go up there and you're greeted by the priestess of Mogus, and she just kind of comes up to you and says, like, as you guys come up, and like the other Minotaurs come up, and there's like this bit of a stance off happening, and she just folds her arms and says, "Hello, what business do you have with?"
I was hoping to meet your champion.
Well, he's not here.
Oh. Sure. He's probably somewhere in the pits, huh?
I am not his keeper. I do not know. That is likely, whether spectating or more likely participating. I heard someone died there today. I'm sure that had something to do with him.
Oh. I see. Well, perhaps I'll meet him at a later time.
I'm sure you will. We do not feel our champion needs to be followed around and protected as a child, so we are not currently doting on him.
Yes. Then I will.
She
leave
just
you...
called you bitch maid.
I'll leave you to your own then.
She says, excellent. And just like turns around and keeps doing whatever she was doing.
Yeah, and as Afir walks away, he kind of turns to his entourage and he's like, "That was most uncomfortable."
You're just like, what the fuck was up with that, dude?
I do not wish to speak to the Minotaurs at a later time.
Yeah.
Perhaps some of the diplomats that were sent will have better luck, but I'm sure it's...
Venetia will
not
just
worth
chime
it.
in and say, they have a more direct way of communication than many of the other peoples of Theros.
Then send the warriors.
Honestly,
Okay.
not a bad idea.
So, satyrs aren't here, obviously.
Yeah, the satyrs, I mean, they're here, but they don't have like, they don't have a
Yeah,
goat person in
They
this
don't have
fight.
a champion, so he's not
yeah.
going to go visit them.
Their
Who's
champion
left?
is
The
just
other
the
humans?
drunkest dude who's left.
Yeah.
through the whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, so who did you want to go to next?
Who's left?
You've got
Is it just the other humans?
You've got the Acroan champion, Russ's character Vigo. You've got Aspa, who is the champion of Setessa, which is another one of the human cities, the city-state.
So there's three human champions?
There's 3 human champions in this because there's 3 major
yeah.
human cities.
Just checking. I thought there was 2. That's my fault. Okay.
No, yeah, the other one is from Satessa, and then you have Vigo, who's here as well. And then the only other one is the Centaur champion.
Oh, the Centaur. All right, I'll go visit the Centaurs. I forgot about them.
Cool. So yeah, you go there, and
I don't meta. I don't know much about centaurs in this world.
Yeah,
but
that's
from
perfectly
what you've told me, it's in the past, like brief conversations. It sounds like Leonin and Centaur are perfectly fine. Like there's nothing.
yeah, you guys are chill. There's not a whole lot going on. They're probably the race that you're actually the most familiar with.
That's what it was. Okay. Yeah.
Because there's two factions of centaurs. One of them, they're all completely nomadic. They do have like typical meeting grounds and stuff, but they don't have fucking houses because they're half horse people and they like to just
that makes sense.
flip flop around.
They have stables.
Their houses and like temporary places like that would be akin to stables.
I get
So,
you.
like they would be like these large air rooms with like hay and stuff put down for them to like sleep on and that kind of thing. Because they're quite
So,
nomadic,
do they
which is
have-
something they have in common with your people.
Do they have like residencies for other races that visit, or does that not even happen because they're nomadic? They just wander around. There's no.
Typically, they set up
Homage.
camp in a single place for like a couple months before they move on to another place.
Okay, so
and
no
set
like
up there
permanent
for a bit.
establishments.
Nothing
Alright, gotcha.
permanent. A lot of their places would just kind of be like big tents with like no real rooms in them.
Oh, so they're like right at
Um,
home here. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so they're chill. So like their section of the imperial palace is actually just like a pretty large room, like basically an arena, like a hockey arena kind of, but just like with like comfort, like pillows and stuff around for like sleeping areas and that kind of thing. But like it's generally pretty closed off, and like a lot of furniture that's like higher up than a lot of other furniture would be for them, so they don't have to reach down for everything. But yeah, there's two factions of
Hey,
centaurs.
remember the
One of
time
them
I
is for
hardcore lurked
warlike.
and sporadically
The
threw
other
bits
one
and subs
is
at you?
very
Tongue.
like more peaceful and stuff, and they're not at odds with each other. They're just two different sections. So like the kind of more peaceful centaurs deal with a lot of trade and relations with the other nations, whereas the warlike ones are like the defenders. So when they get attacked, like they come in to defend them, and otherwise they're kind of like out fighting monsters and living that way.
Sweet. Let's meet this guy.
So yeah, between the two factions, they would have had to choose a single champion because they're not big enough to have two different champions. So yeah, you would go over there to an area where they're all kind of talking, and as you guys approach, they turn to face you. And this centaur champion would indeed come up, and he is a gentleman by the name of Riga. He is.
Is he someone I might know?
You would know of him for sure. You probably haven't met him before, but you definitely know of him. He is a bit older compared to most of the other champions in this running. He's not like an old man, but he's probably like in his 50s. Somewhat advanced age compared to the other champions. He's got like this long like gray hair that just kind of goes down his like the human part of his body and like onto the horse part of his body that has like all these different like flowers and plants and stuff kind of like woven into it.
Sweet.
He doesn't seem to have any weapons like currently with him, but he also does look like quite strong. So you get the impression that this is someone who's a warrior, but he's not like wearing his armor or anything. Yeah, and he would like kind of walk over to you with like both of you kind of meeting with your respective groups behind you, and he would extend one of his hands. He says, you must be the Onin champion."
My name is Ufalier. Nice to meet you.
He says,
His
"Riga,
name. Riga, that's it. Yeah.
it's a pleasure to meet you as
course.
well."
I've heard of you. You're quite well renowned.
He says, I wish I could say the same, but unfortunately, we don't see much of your people beyond the mountains. However, that is changing, and I think that's for the best."
I hope so. I just wanted to meet everyone and introduce myself.
Yeah.
So
He says, "That's very wise.
thank
Perhaps,"
you.
he says, "perhaps you will bring something to the table I did not expect from the Leonin."
I was chosen for my openness. I want to say like modernness, like a modern Leonin type
More
of thing.
progressive.
Yeah, progressiveness. Sure. Yeah.
He
I can't think of the right word, but yeah.
he nods to that and says, "Well, I look forward to seeing that in action and getting to know you better on the voyage. Perhaps when we come back, when I sit upon the throne, we'll be able to arrange some more trade deals between our people. I think would be very beneficial." And he kind of laughs.
Honestly? Well, if there could be only one, I would like to choose myself, but if I had to pick another, you would be near the top, for sure.
He nods and says, "Likewise. I would like to see what might happen around here with someone like you sitting on the throne."
Fan of chaos.
Says chaos, not so much. Rampant growth, however, there is a certain appeal to that.
Well, it was nice meeting you, and I'll let you continue with your own people.
Certainly.
I imagine my next destination leads me back to the humans then. Sorry, that was out of character. I don't know why I said that.
You got
to the
two
humans,
basically. There's Vigo and there's Aspa.
I guess I'll say Vigo for last because I know he's not home yet.
Yeah.
So meta game, I'm going to Vispa.
Talk to
Is that
Aspa?
her name?
Aspa.
Aspa.
Yep. So
I'm so bad with names. I gotta memorize
that is
all
A-okay.
11 of these people.
Right. There's a bunch of people who's just been name dropped recently. Aspa is you would find her in the chambers set up for them, which is like pretty typical for like what you'd see of a lavish human dwelling. There's lots of plants in this room is something you would notice. Not something you know about Satessa. Those motherfuckers love plants. Like Satessa is like built into the forest of the Nessian wood and stuff. So to kind of make her feel more at home, it seems they've put lots of plants and stuff in this room, like hanging vines in the walls.
Sounds like a millennial during quarantine, am I right?
It's 100% that vibe. And you go in into that area and you find her there. She actually doesn't have an entourage with her at all. She is by herself, with the exception of she is with one other person who's kind of sitting with her. The other person is like this kind of fair skinned, fair built human who only has one arm, and they are just kind of like assisting Aspa with just like packing some potions and stuff like into various belts and that kind of thing that she would wear. And Aspa herself is wearing like very dark clothes and has dark hair, very fair skin as well. And she's there getting her stuff ready as well.
I remembered that name now.
Yeah, she was one of the one-shot NPCs.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess not to startle them, but he would I guess there's a doorway or some kind of entrance.
It's pretty open, yeah.
Okay, so if he sees maybe there's two of them, he would probably turn around and ask a few of his members to hang back, just so he doesn't show up with like a crowd of people around these two
Just
people.
like,
He's like
roll.
only one talking, yeah. So he would leave a few behind, maybe take like 3, 4 max.
Definitely. Cool. So yeah, you and like probably Venetia and like a couple other dudes just go in. And as you come in, she doesn't stop what she's doing, but the person, she just looks up at you. And the person beside her, the one-armed person who's helping, looks up to you and says, hello. What can we do for you?
Hello, my name is Afalier. I'm a champion as well. I was hoping to meet the other champions, and you were my next stop. Is this a bad time? You seem wrapped in something.
She says, no, I don't think it is. Looks to Aspa, and Aspa just says, no, this is a perfectly fine time. And she gets up and kind of like straightens up her clothes and stuff. And she's got just like this leather armor, which is very indicative of someone who like is a warrior, but wants to be more mobile rather than like plated up like someone like yourself. You notice kind of hanging on her belt, almost like attached to her cloak, are 5 or 6 golden masks, which are all these different masks. And you would recognize these as masks of the Returned. A Returned is someone who has come back from the underworld, much to the chagrin of the god of death. When they do that, passing through the rivers that lead to the underworld causes them to lose their identity and have their face basically washed away and like their skin turn this ashen gray color. So often what they do is they forge masks out of gold in the underworld for themselves and then make the journey over. She has about 4 or 5 of these masks kind of like strung together and attached to like the inseam of her cloak, basically. That would be something you would just notice as she stands up and she approaches you and just kind of folds her arms in front of you and says, well, I'm Aspa. I'm the champion of Satessa. It's a pleasure to meet you.
You know, I must say, I've met almost nearly every champion, and you two are the most interesting.
She says, define interesting. I don't know whether to be complimented or offended in this moment.
The other champions brought leagues of people, diplomats, warriors, as well as myself. Many of them wear armor, have spears and swords, but you have masks and leather. And there's only 2 of you.
She nods to this, and also something you would notice at her side is she kind of like folds her arms and pulls her cape back a little bit. At her side, instead of the places where a sword normally would be, she has a whip. And she says, well, I don't like to be slowed down, whether it be in combat or traveling. And unfortunately, there are a few aside from Aoife here that can keep up with me. So I thought it best to travel on my own.
I see. So you're both very fast.
She
You know,
goes
as a Leona.
Aoife, and Aoife's like, and she goes, yes, we are both very fast.
Us Leonin are also very fast. Perhaps I will be able to keep up with you. I hope.
She says, perhaps. There are a few who can, but I'm open to be proven wrong.
So you use magics to hasten your speed?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I simply do not allow mundane things like objects, shields, barriers to get in my way.
Interesting. I normally just try to smash through them.
She says, well, perhaps you can smash through them while I find another way around them, and we'll both get there eventually.
I think we will fare well in combat together. I hope. I hear there's actually, I don't know if he would know this. Would he know that there's things that he's going to do on this boat, like challenges and that kind of thing, or is this like a...
You wouldn't know what's about to happen. You would know that whatever is going to happen, it's going to be an ordeal in the truest sense of the word. There's a reason that every place chooses like their best in all categories, because no one knows what the trial of secession is going to be, but whatever it is going to be truly a trial.
Well, it would be good to have your skill set in the coming weeks. I hope to see them used to their fullest extent.
She nods and says, it will be good. However, you may not see them.
Yeah, he would laugh at this, and I guess just say goodbye.
Cool. She nods and says, Erebos watch over you. Which is a weird thing for someone to say, because Erebos is the god of death, and that's not a typical thing that people say.
What a strange character.
She's such a badass. I love her.
Very different than everyone else. Very different. So then I guess you'd go to see Russ Money, who would not be in his house.
Yeah, I mean, you've spent most of the day kind of going around. So at this point, Russ, what would you have done after you were in the arena betting and that kind of thing?
Probably gotten a drink or two and then probably returned to my quarters after a while.
Sure. So you would probably be there. So, I mean, this is all like kind of in the same building. So you basically walk down the hall. And in here, you would find the Acroin delegation and their champion, which is basically just like a full-on squadron of hoplites who are these legendary Acroin warriors who are all like their weapons are all against one wall, and it's not just kind of like, oh, rest it. It's like boom, 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 like segmented against the wall. All of them bearing the same symbol of like the ram's head on them. All the spears uniformly tucked behind them, perfectly centered. All of these warriors.
They turn it to a barracks, basically.
It's basically a barracks. Like, okay. Yeah, their weapons are all perfectly stowed. All the beds are like maybe not necessarily like you walk in and there's a guy straightening out like the last bed. And all these warriors are still wearing like their armor, which is basically just like a breastplate and like a leather, like kind of Roman legionnaire-esque, like kind of kilt, and just like a red cloak that they very proudly wear on their back. And they are doing the Acroan equivalent of reveling, which is basically sitting around like swapping war stories and like drinking wine and that kind of thing. It's definitely, you get the vibe that like this is a good time and everyone is relaxed, but it's not like people are getting wasted and like doing like stupid shit. Like everything they're doing still has that air of like respect amongst each other and that kind of thing. And among them, the exception to this room can be two people. You see this priestess of Clothis, who of course has this like a blindfold on, wears these white robes in stark contrast to everything else. And she is would be actually like weaving over in the corner with like a long like knitting needle, essentially like weaving like this silken tapestry that she's only really just started. And you would also see Vigo in here, who is noticeable from the others because his armor is a little different, and his shield, which I imagine is mounted with the others, has like the symbol of Clothis on it instead of the ram's head. And the spear looks like much more ornate, and his armor especially would be much more ornate and have like the symbol of Clothis on it. So he's obviously like the standout here. And yeah, Vigo, what are you doing right now?
And if we're not trading war stories, I guess we'd probably be playing dice.
Sure, yeah.
One of my favorite pastimes.
You walk in and you see Vigo playing like this guy who's you would recognize as the champion. They're sitting around a table just like throwing dice with some of these other warriors. Go ahead and roll a so this is gonna be like a straight up like dice luck check. So I don't know, just roll a d20.
All right.
D20 plus luck.
Cool, and I will roll another d20 and hopefully it's lower than what you rolled. It's the exact same. Roll again.
Sure. Ooh.
Yikes.
That was a roller coaster of a dice roll. So yeah, you're kind of playing, and you walk in just as he like throws a dice and loses the round, and the other guy's like, I guess you weren't so destined to win that one, eh? And he kind of like ribs you and like takes the like 2 gold off the table or whatever.
Oathless guides my blade, not my dice. All right.
So it would seem. And you see from the other side of the room towards the entryway, this Leonin entering in with like a few other warriors behind him.
Right. I would assume everyone kind of just be like stop and look.
Everyone kind of stops what they're doing, and they all like look over, not in like an aggressive way, but like you might even see a couple of the older dudes like instinctively rest a hand on a short sword.
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's not even like they're trying to threaten you; they just like don't think about it. They're like, people are in the room. I don't know them. I'm ready to turn this into a murder party if that's what it becomes.
When you described your character earlier, Russ, you said you had glowing eyes in the arena. Is that all the time or only sometimes?
I would say like when the light just hits it just right, I suppose. It could be like the optical illusion of the light, but
I imagine it's very much one of those things where like the imagery we see of the gods and the Nyx, it's just like when the light catches his eyes just right, it's kind of like that starriness that you see kind of in between the shadows of like the Nyx being the night sky and stuff at night.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I enter the room, I see them all grab their blades. No, I'm kidding. They all stare and look at us, and I imagine Follier would kind of expect this. And he would hold out his hands and be like, please, I come in peace. I'm one of the other champions. I just wanted to introduce myself.
Vigo's gonna like wave everyone down. Just it's all right. He's gonna
Yeah.
stand up and make his way over to the Leonin.
So he would stand in the doorway. He wouldn't enter unless you gestured him in, but he would he'd wait for you to approach him.
Right. Okay. Hey, Leonin. What brings you here? No introductions?
Exactly. Yes, I was just meeting the other champions. All of them except the Minotaur. But yeah, he wasn't around, and then I was ushered away. But that's neither here nor there. I don't mean to spread rumors. I just wanted to introduce myself and meet you in person. What was your name again?
He's gonna straighten up and salute. And be like Vigo Aurelius of Acros. And you?
Oh, my name is Afalier. Morning sun.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure's all mine. I know your people are very skilled fighters. I see there are many skilled fighters in this room.
Oh, quite, yes. Speaking of fights, did you see the pits? The Minotaur, he lifted up a man and just tossed him like a rag doll. It was quite impressive.
How barbaric.
Quite, but sometimes the fights do end up being a little barbaric. It's all good fun, though. Luckily, I don't think he died. I didn't really check.
I was told he did perish.
Definitely.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate. I would hate to be on the wrong side of a Minotaur, that's for sure.
Yes, perhaps I should go back and introduce myself then. If he seems to be killing those who he doesn't know, perhaps it's best to be on his good side.
Oh, absolutely. I would think so. Well, it was nice meeting you. You're the champion of the Leonins, correct?
Yes, I was chosen by the speaker, of course.
How was that decision made? How does did you have a test of strength or?
Many hours of delegation and diplomacy between the prides. I was chosen.
Goodness.
In debate.
I'm not well versed on Leonin culture, so thank you for sharing that insight.
And I heard your culture has great games of feats of strength and other skills. You were the winner of those games, I imagine.
Oh, yes. It was, I wouldn't say it was luck, but it was definitely destined.
At the mention of your victory in the arena, all the other dudes, without even like really stopping what they're doing, just like, and like on the floor.
Yeah.
I see. Well, congratulations on your victory, and I hope your travels were safe.
You as well,
I imagine
Leonin.
you wouldn't run into many people who would be willing to fight with this.
They'd be
He's
quite
kinda like-
foolish to do so.
He's like looking around you at the room when he says that.
Yeah.
And you can tell like from time to time he'll like peek at the soldiers in there, and he looks a little uneasy, especially at some of the older ones that. I'm sure they've relaxed a bit by now, but the ones that almost immediately went for the weapons, he's like, oh shit.
You definitely see at least one guy who is like sitting at the opposite of the room, like one of the dudes sitting at the dice table, who looks the oldest here. Like he has like this gray, like short gray hair, and like an eye patch, like, which is literally just like kind of a fine but like simple piece of cloth that like simultaneously holds his hair out of his face and like covers one of his eyes. And he still has not removed his hand from his blade. And it's like that old adage, like fearing an old man in a profession where young men die like early,
Sure, yeah.
kind of thing. And you're just like, yeah, he definitely stands out as someone who has seen some shit for sure.
So he wouldn't address that, but he would like kind of side remark at it. He'd say, loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Although I am Leonin, I hope you don't let that cloud your judgment about me. I was chosen the same as you and the same as the others, and I am willing to be, not willing, I will be just as powerful as the strongest men here. And women. There's been a few women, sorry.
Yeah, it's like you say that like a couple of the female soldiers are like, fuck? You're like, okay, and women. Yeah, and at the mention of that, You hear the priestess in the back, who doesn't stop her weaving, just chime in and say, "Strength will only get you so far. You are not destined to win. You are not destined to win."
Destiny only gets you so far.
Ah, but it is the will of the gods.
The gods only get you so far.
Not entirely sure about that. I mean, they are the ones that look out for us, look down upon us. They have a set course, a plan, the weave.
I'm sure we could go for hours on this topic. Perhaps we should save it for the boat when there's more time and less to do.
So be it then. I do
Farewell. I
wish
hope
to
you have a
see
good evening.
what lies in your destiny. Good luck.
Right, yeah. He waved and turned to leave. And then, I guess that's it. I don't think he'd really go back to the Minotaur, honestly. They were kind of mean.
They called you
What do you
bitch
think?
made.
They kind of did. I don't know if I want to go back to get ridiculed again. So he'd probably return to his quarters, finally eat something, and prepare for the next day.
Yeah. So that all happens. Is anyone else doing anything with their day before we move on?
Yeah, I'm sorry I
Minotaur
took
went
so much
to the-
time, by the way.
That is so fine. You kind of talked to everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Tyler, go ahead.
I was gonna say the Minotaur after that, the arena would have gone to the forge.
Certainly, yeah. There are a few forges around in Meletis, but the one that I'm sure you would be most drawn to is the Grand Forge, which is close to the center of town, which would be the Grand Forge of Meletis, where there would be tons of people. Like, there's probably 5 or 6 master craftsmen who work here, along with a bunch of other assistants and stuff running around doing things. And, as you get closer, you just hear the sound of hammers pounding out bronze, making steel or making spears, rather, making horseshoes. There's definitely a lot of business in town right now because of everything that's going on. And outside of the forge, kind of built almost overlooking it, is this immense statue of Perforos, the god of the forge. And you would see, with each hammer strike, it's almost like there's hymns being sung by the forge masters and stuff, in honor of Perforos, requesting his blessing and inspiration as they pound out this bronze. Something you would also notice that would probably strike you as interesting, while less prominent than the representation of Perforos in this Grand Forge, there would also be symbols and likenesses and dedications to Keranos, the god of storms and inspiration, your god, because Keranos Wall is the god of quick action, decisive action, storms, lightning, all that kind of stuff. A big part of that is inspiration and those sudden ideas. So there would be these little shrines where if one of these forge masters was stuck on something or was feeling uninspired, would make an offering to Keranos and hope to be inspired when they began their work for that day and that kind of thing. And that's basically just what's going on around you as you kind of enter this area.
So I have an honest question. My goal here was the blade of my weapon.
Yeah.
I wanted to change the look of it.
Certainly.
In a sense that the way it was designed for the pit was for fighting Minotaurs.
Yeah.
It wasn't for versatility.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's actually changing the shape of his weapon, and he would approach them and ask, "May I use your hammer and forge?"
Yeah, as you approach, and you definitely get some looks from some of these people who might not be used to seeing a Minotaur around. And you would see someone comes out to actually meet you, and he's this extremely elderly, probably pushing 70, this elderly woman. And she looks strong, like a fucking ox. And she's kind of clearly the one that people defer to, the head forge master here. And she comes over to you, and you say that, and she looks to you and says, "It would be an honor to have one of the champions using our forge." She says, "You may use my anvil." And she would gesture over to this clearly set up pit. There's this massive anvil and a big forge for making the bronze molten, and these stoking barrels and all that stuff over there.
He would also openly just say, "Let it be known, I am not a representative of the infidel that ask for destruction. And he'd look happily at the altar and look down at his bracer that shows ornate figures of storms.
Yeah. And when you do that, she would like look and then look at you and look kind of like a like interesting, that kind of look, like you're not really what she expected. And she would, assuming you let her, kind of like put a hand on the bracer and like lift your arm up a little bit and like examine it, kind of just being like, faithful of Keranos. Truly a surprise. Well, let it be known you are welcome here anytime. And may Keranos give you inspiration and guide your hammer as Perforos blends the metal upon my anvil for you.
And he would walk over to the altar, probably kneel there to think about what it is he wants to make, and he would forge his axe into more so of a double-bladed long axe. The blades will be like resembling the long axe with the fangs at the bottom, but instead they're flipped upright, so the points go towards the top.
Cool. Yeah, and you can absolutely do that. Make me a smithing tools check. And this isn't so much to see if you can do it. You can roll with advantage because you said your prayer to Keranos.
It's that easy.
No, yeah. Dude, the gods are dope. I don't know what your problem is. Yeah.
Advantage, smith, strength.
Got it. Oh yeah. And that's the thing. So like, this is obviously something you can do because you are a blacksmith. So 9 isn't like amazing. This more just means it's going to take you a while to do this. But you sit there and you pound away. And like, I had a couple points. A couple apprentices might like, not necessarily something you would see, but just for the benefit of the audience, like a couple apprentices might be like kind of talking amongst each other and being like who is this guy, whatever, and like would maybe even go over to try to bring you things. And like this forge master, she's like, I will deal with this, like allow me, kind of claiming that honor for herself. And she comes over like to provide you with the extra bronze and like some of the materials and stuff that you need, not really even saying anything, but just like giving these things to you as you work. It's going to take up most of the rest of the day. And by the time you're finished here, this whole forge is basically like cleared out. Like everyone's pretty much gone home for the day, except for this forge master. She's like stuck around until like the dead of night. It's probably like fucking 1 a.m. by this point. And she's just not even really saying anything, but just like from a respectful distance, just like watching as you use her forge to alter this magical weapon.
Upon completion, he would simply say, many thanks, and actually give her all of his winnings from the pit earlier that day.
Wow, okay, yeah. So you just bequeath her with this massive thing of gold, and she just looks to you and says, many thanks to you. I will make offerings in your name during the Rite of Succession.
And when he says that, Astatoro Bearborn.
Yeah. Well, she nods and says, Louisa of the Forge, may Keranos watch over you. We'll take the gold and put it in like what seems to be like kind of like a communal box, which you would kind of know like is something that the Forge would use to like buy more materials and that kind of thing. So yeah, you do that and you head on out, and it's like the dead of night at this point. So I imagine you just kind of make your way back up to the lodgings.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So you make your way back up to the Imperial Palace. For mostly everyone's asleep at this point. There is very clearly a place set aside for the champion of the Scaphosian people, and you can go and turn in for the night. Cool. So, with that, night turns to day, and we find ourselves in and around the palace of the Imperial Palace. And there's a summons. You would just know this like around afternoon, like around noon. Everyone is meant to kind of congregate in the main, what's the word I'm looking for, courtyard of the Imperial Palace. So you guys would all kind of be ushered in there. And the setup here is basically like all of the delegations are kind of on the outskirts of this courtyard, like surrounding it, along with a bunch of other people who are just here to watch and listen. And the champions, you guys would all be like in the middle, just kind of standing in like rank and file, all adjacent to each other. And this is the first time for some of you anyways, and you're seeing everyone else all for the first time, with the exception of that, of course, being our Leon friend here who made himself known to everybody. So up at the opposite end of this courtyard, we see the Emperor Ephthemiadis, stands at this podium high above the primary courtyard of the Imperial Palace. Gathered below, we see all of you guys as well as all our delegations. I was going to describe what everyone looks like, but we already got that because you kind of went and visited everyone, so that's great.
Sorry.
No, that's perfect. That saves me a bunch of time. It's wonderful. The Emperor kind of just standing there and like looks like you can see him. He looks very old, but he is like mustering all his strength. Like he is like standing with his hands on the railing, not wavering or anything. You can see like the willpower within this man. And sitting beside him, maybe like a step back, is Karis. And as he's kind of walking out to this awning here, I don't know, Karis, is there anything that you would say to him, or are you just kind of following behind him here?
Just another mocking bow with "Good morning, Your Highness."
He's like, okay.
And I would stand next to him so that he could kind of lean on me behind the podium.
Yeah. As he's kind of getting ready to give his speech, like no one else can see this, but beneath the podium, he like reaches down and like squeezes your hand. It says, well, let's not keep them waiting. And he casts a spell here. It's not a big show or anything, but he just kind of like makes a slight motion with his hand. And the spell he's casting is thaumaturgy. And he's using this to make his voice like loud, so it echoes not just to this courtyard, but like through the entire city, basically. And he begins to speak. And with this booming voice, definitely not something you'd expect to come from this like frail-looking old man. He just says, "Champions of Theros, the task I lay before you is no simple one. You will not be competing against each other in a coliseum. I have no doubt each of you is a capable warrior in your own right. You will not be put through a rigorous test of wit and guile as we may have seen in the past, where it takes more than that to simply lead the continent. You will be voyaging together to what may be the edge of this very world. You will go to the place where Astari herself fell from the Nyx and retrieve her heart." This is a legend, as I kind of described earlier. All of you guys would be familiar with what this is, and this is like an audacious thing to ask. And he continues. He says, "On the journey there, you will be tested. Mind, body, and spirit will be forced to withstand things you cannot possibly imagine. They will bend, and we will see if they will break. But I have the utmost faith in all of you."
Karis is smirking at each of you, like in turn.
He goes on to say, "You are the heart of Theros, of those who manage to return with the heart of Astari. I will choose my heir from among you. However, I cannot see all things as the trickster god Fenax. So with you, I send my daughter," and he kind of like gestures with his other hand towards Karis.
She's just like, "Yo."
"She's an advisor of the Imperium. Karis, she will be there to help in this gargantuan task I have lain before you. But also she will be there to observe and record all the deeds of your ordeal. Well, the choice will ultimately lie with me. She will be my eyes and ears, where I cannot see nor hear. The eyes of the Pantheon are upon each one of you, children of Theros, champions of your age. Bring honor and glory to your people. And he just kind of like raises up his hand, and everyone like outside of the thing, like all watching cheers. And like you hear this cheer just kind of like echo down like through the whole city, because like everyone is stopping and like listening to this.
I raise a glass of wine and then I take a drink of it.
He then looks to you like, really? And then looks down to...
I offer it to him silently.
He does not take it. And looks down to everyone in the courtyard and says, tonight we will feast in the honor of our champions and for a hope of a brighter future. For tomorrow, you set for your voyage to the edge of the world on the ship Sunspear, which will leave at dawn. The feasting will begin immediately. And with that, you just see like these doors kind of underneath where he is open up and like usher everyone into this grand sort of feasting hall. And right there is where we are going to take our first break. So when we come back, we are going to do a feasting thing, and then we're going to dip on out of here.
Hit the road, Jack.
Take us. Yeah. So we will see all you guys in like what, 5 minutes? That's good for everybody?
Sure.
In a few minutes. We'll be back in like 5-ish minutes. Until then.
What are we doing until then? I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna pee, so
I need to pee so fucking bad. Yeah, it's definitely pee time.
Pee time.
I will be right back.
Charis, make sure you like write all the good things about me and none of the bad things. Thank you.
No sweat.
Ah, sweet.
I'll be right back. Precious boy. Minky. Monstro. Kitty, 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 kitty. Come on.
It's away so scary. Yeah, hacking ding dong.
Stupid cat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Theros Strands of Fate. I hope you all had a great break. I hope you all drank some water, or not, whatever.
Stay hydrated.
Not your dad. I hope you did whatever you wanted to with your time and you're living your best life.
I took 2 bites of cottage cheese and got an orange.
Now, go to the feast that is about to happen. So, Emperor Ephemiadis has basically done his big introduction, told you what your task will be, and then ushered everybody inside of the Imperial Palace for kind of a grand feast and celebration of everything that is about to happen, with you guys leaving for your actual voyage tomorrow. Real quick, I just want to cut up to the Emperor and Karis. He goes back in kind of into more of like the Imperial throne room, like that area you guys were before. And it's just kind of like getting ready to go downstairs, like where the feasting and stuff.
I would help him to get like his proper sashes and stuff.
Totally.
On.
He's definitely got like a formal toga.
Right.
So yeah, you
whatever jewelry he wears.
Definitely. Yeah,
Slide the dirty joke book back onto his shelf.
As you do that, without even like looking at you, he just says, "You know, I know you took it. I know you had that." And he just turns around and is just like, "I might be old, but I still see things."
Well, now we both have to know what we both know.
Look, we can keep this between you and I. No one else has to know about the contents of that book.
I'll never tell.
I just don't want anyone to think that I got all my jokes from a book, because I did.
Oh, if anybody knows that, it's me.
Anyways, all right. And you kind of help him get ready and put on all his stuff. The only like real significant piece of jewelry that he really wears is around his neck. And it's just these like two, what are meant to be like pieces of arm jewelry, like almost not quite a bracer, but not quite a bracelet. Like imagine like a thick bracelet, maybe an inch wide or so, of gold. And there's two of them, each of which have a gemstone encrusted into them. One this like brilliant blue gemstone, and one this brilliant red gemstone. And he wears those around his neck on like what is essentially a type of like thick, like golden kind of thing that drapes over his shoulders, and those are like set on the end of it. That's the only significant piece of jewelry he wears. You would know that this is they were gifts that him and Thessian exchanged like when they were wed many years ago. And as you're kind of helping him get ready, he just says to you, look, I am going to need some time here before I am ready to go downstairs, but I know you are probably quite antsy and eager to enjoy the festivities, so you do not need to wait for me. You can go.
You don't need me.
He looks at you and says, I always need you. But right now, I think it is more important that you focus on living a little bit more than helping me.
All right, but you only have about an hour before I'm drunk to ring the bell should anything change.
He laughs and says, a whole hour this time. Wow. That's,
We have company.
You're holding back on me. Okay. Well, I guess I should thank you.
Don't think that you're going to bed sober tonight.
He chuckles at that and says, look, I need to survive until this Rite of Succession is at least completed.
I'm not going to make you drink like me. I'm going to make you drink like you. Maybe a little more.
We'll see. Now go enjoy yourself.
He's dying of liver disease.
Yeah, he just is like a fucking terrible alcoholic.
I skip off.
Yeah, you skip off, and he leaves you to your reveling. So we cut now into the feasting hall of the Imperial Palace, where just like this crazy spread has been laid out of all different types of foods and wines, drinks, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, different types of juices, everything. Like basically food from all over the world has been brought here for this, right? Yeah, you just see all of the delegates and delegations. It's very like informal. It's not like a big sit-down dinner. Like everyone has a spot where you sit and eat and everything, and like there's food kind of just strewn all over the tables. But a lot of people are also standing up and like talking to each other, and like someone, if they want to talk to someone who's sitting at the other end of the table, like they're going up and talking to them. And
Like prom.
It's very prom-like for sure. Where you just have this room that's basically full of delegates from every corner of the world, all going around and doing things. And like the delegates from the Seder people aren't really interested in political schmoozing. They're just trying to get everyone as drunk as they possibly can. Yeah, and you guys would all, at least initially, be sitting kind of at the center of each of your delegations' places at the tables. But Tyler's shaking his head, so I'm assuming he has something else that he wants to do. So what are you?
I'm on the opposite side of the room.
Anybody who notices me comes down, watches me sit down at a table full of like known whores.
Perfect. So you guys are all kind of there. So basically, you're all with your delegate to the expression of Asatoro is kind of like off doing his own thing, like just getting some food, and is just like, yeah, fuck you guys, I'm over here. You see Karis just go and sit down with like a bunch of the courtesans who are like, it's not like a taboo thing. Like it's just, they're just doing their jobs basically. But for them, they're like, hell yeah, dude, I'm gonna rake it in this weekend. Like all these rich political people, like this is fucking my time to shine, fam. So you're just kind of sitting over with a group of men and women who are mostly human, with probably a few Tritons there as well, that are all just kind of hanging out. And yeah, like I feel like the only reason that they were even able to get an invite to this dinner is because you invited them, because you're like, yeah, I'll hook you guys up. Like, I'll get you in at least.
I just realized I'm immune to diseases. This is perfect.
I could intro you.
Paladin Bros.
I love being immune.
Yeah, you got your vaccinations, dude. But yeah. So we know what you two are doing. Vigo, what are you up to?
I guess I would just be eating and hanging out with my boys.
Cool. So you're with the boys,
Yeah,
hanging
yeah.
out. And what about you? I see. I memorized your old character's name, and now it's fucking with me on a
I'm so
fundamental
sorry.
level.
It's only a little
Athalir.
bit different.
I know it's not even that different. Athalir, what are you up to?
Probably not realizing that she's with whores, would go visit the table of whores.
Cool. So you go over and you sit down at this like part of the table where all these very attractive people are sitting. Like, you don't really make a connection, but you're just like, man, everyone at this table is like a dime. Like, what's up with that? That's weird. I guess attractive people just hang out with each other. Like all these people who have taken great lengths to make themselves look as best as they possibly can.
The hot kids table.
Yeah, and you go over and sit here, and Karis, you see this like big Leonin guy who you would know obviously is one of the champions come over, and like immediately as you sit down, like on one side of you, you have this like very beautiful woman who just like kind of leans in and like puts a hand on your shoulder and does that thing which like feels your muscles a little bit. It's like, whoa. Welcome to
hello.
the table. And then from the other side, this like Triton like guy leans over and he's like, oh, does the kitty want to play? And Karis, you just see this happening as he comes and sits down, and clearly this person does not know what they've gotten themselves into.
I'm like picking at a whole hen with my fingers and just like shoving pieces into my smiling mouth, watching it happen.
Or
Across the room, I'm watching. I just go, degenerates. You keep eating.
are you all servants of the Emperor?
Another person from across the table, she leans forward and says, for a few gold, I'll be a servant of whoever you want me to be.
Oh, I'm not an employer. I simply thought that. Well, I saw you, and he would gesture towards Doxy's character. I saw you are obviously some sort of direct attendee to the Emperor, so I assumed you all were.
No, he adopted me. These are my friends.
The Triton guy chimes in and says, I was an attendee to the Emperor once upon a time, but...
I
Not
like
so much that
nudge
way.
him, and I'm like, "You're bad."
He's just like, I fucked your dad.
Gives a whole new twist on D&D use of daddy.
I would actually maybe
No.
like press a coin into his hand and be like, "Attend him again tonight."
Yeah, he laughs at that. It's like, all right, like, cool.
So you grew up with the Emperor as a caretaker?
Mostly his husband, but yes, the Emperor as well. We're quite close.
Oh, I see. So he's giving up his crown soon. That must be strange for the immediate associates of him.
The job comes with me. I'm not going to go anywhere.
Well, sure, but it's a. I mean, one of us would replace him.
Indeed.
Doesn't strike you as a change isn't weighing on you in any way?
I will be very preoccupied mourning for the first little bit, and by the time I'm done, I feel that the adjustments will have been made.
Of course, yes. Well, I'm starting to think I sat at the wrong table.
No, have a hen, have some wine.
I guess I could go for
We're
a
all
hen.
cat people, right?
Yeah, that same person who's across the table is just like, rare.
Yeah. So as he has a hen like half in his mouth, he's like, I'm greatly offended.
She's like, oh my god, is that not cool? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and I guess he would explain to her the intricacies of racism to Leonin people. That's a great dinner conversation.
Yeah. The people are receptive to
You know,
it.
this is why we don't get visitors.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my god, like I didn't know. Okay. Yeah. And like, it's one of those things where, especially sitting over here, like there are just satyrs coming over with just like these big jugs of wine and stuff, and just like not asking if you want more. They're just like, here's more wine, like you want more. And yeah, so that's kind of what you guys are up to. Is anyone else up to anything in particular?
I was gonna say Astatoro is probably gonna approach that table, knowing that is it Charis?
Karis.
Karis might know more about what's at hand that we're gonna be facing against, which is his main purpose. Surprisingly, he is not drinking, and he'll probably approach while the Leonin is still there.
Sure. So you guys are sitting there having this conversation about cat racism and drinking some wine and stuff, and just kind of having a good time with these
You hope had a great time.
Yeah, and like a few of them probably like go off and like start getting to work here, but maybe a couple of them still around. And you guys are chatting, and yeah, kind of midway through all of this, Astatoro, this big hulking Minotaur man comes over, and you just like take a seat at the table, I imagine.
He does, and in doing so, he has a full goblet that he just kind of slides over to Karis. Which I imagine is larger because I'm a very large Minotaur.
Yeah, like the goblets from the section you were at are like thunder mugs, like they're that size.
I grab it up in both hands. I tip it your direction, spilling a little bit out, and then take a big drink from it, and I say, "Champion." Set it down. Some more sloshes out.
You're the Minotaur champion.
That is me.
I went to visit you the other day, and they said you were in the pits, and that you got into a bit of an altercation. Glad to see you're
Merely
okay.
a test of the strength of this city. They failed.
Yeah, you can see that Afalier is actually a little bit disappointed by that answer. He's like, of course. And then he kind of just let them continue with whatever they were doing there.
He'll simply turn back to Karis and say, "I can tell you like to drink, but I also trust you know about what we will be facing in our journey."
I know as much as you do, handsome.
Is that the case?
She takes another drink of wine, quirks an eyebrow at you.
Do you know any more about this heart and what might be in the way?
It's a piece of the Nyx itself, so I'm sure all manners of monsters are drawn to it. That's why I'm fast on my feet. He's quick with his head. And you're heavy with that. What is that?
I imagine you're referencing his weapon that's across his back.
Yeah.
No, the other weapon.
I mean,
is that a halberd in your pocket? Or
he's actually gonna stupidly go, "My clothing is of a bear.
Your
So I've earned my
weapon.
name, Bearborn. Oh. It's of my own creation."
It's impressive.
It looks like a axe on a stick.
From what I understand, you didn't need it to make me 20 silver poorer.
My apologies.
I forgive you for now.
But why would you bet against a man such as I?
Oh, I didn't bet against you.
Explain.
You killed a man who owed me 20 silver.
Does he not have family that could pay that debt?
I'm not going to ask his grieving family to give me 20 silver. I'm the Emperor's daughter. I don't even need the 20 silver. It's the thrill of the gamble. He owed me 20 silver. He died before I collected.
Well, there'd be no thrill if there wasn't sometimes a loss, right?
It was not my intention for him to die.
Oh, he's a bit of a prick anyway. She like starts popping olives in her mouth.
I imagine that phrase comes as a surprise coming from a Minotaur.
Karis, her whole thing is she's easygoing, smooth talker. Nothing surprises her or phases her in conversation, at least. So,
Gotcha.
if
just
she
seeing
was
if-
surprised, you wouldn't be able to tell.
It's interesting if Messi responds in a certain way.
What exactly did you say?
It was not his intention
wasn't-
to kill him.
He wasn't trying to kill the
Well,
person.
I mean, it kind of
Actually,
makes sense.
most-
It's not your home, you know. It's not like you just still run around killing people in the pits. It's like
It's definitely
you did.
something that is odd, given what you know about Minotaur culture.
I think I'd probably sum it up to he's a champion and he didn't want to like cause a disruption, you know, get kicked out or whatever.
An
So
undue
he's
disruption, for sure.
like trying not to break the law in a distant land.
Absolutely.
on
Which, to be
purpose
fair,
anyway.
what you did definitely was not a lawbreaker. There's no such thing as a waiver yet, but if there was, they would have had to sign a waiver.
So then, if you're not a worshiper of Mogus or Erebus, then who do you serve?
Are you talking to me or him?
To Tyler.
Okay.
Sorry, Astatoro.
He'll actually extend his arm out, showing off one of his bracers as he sets it on the table and just says, "One that is of my own being. The Minotaur culture cast me out when I was young.
Then why would they choose you as champion?
Tradition. I slaughtered many in the pits.
Well, I know who I'll be
There was-
battling beside.
There was no opposition to you taking the champion?
If
Title?
there was, they're dead, aside from one who I spared as the final standing.
You spared the final one. I guess you don't want to kill all of your warriors.
Senseless slaughter. When you're battling in the pits with many, your blade will strike. But when given the opportunity, there's no reason to kill a man. Need not be killed.
Now that is interesting. So you're trying to think what the word is that people who don't kill. The Batman.
Pacifist.
No,
Merciful.
pacifists don't fight. Merciful, yeah. The Batman. So you show mercy in combat?
In certain situations,
So then
Kurnos somewhat chooses.
Heliod suits you then.
Say again.
No. Oh, sorry.
Heliod suits you then.
Real quick, Karis, you would actually know Heliod does almost never shows mercy. He's a god of like justice and retribution.
Oh,
Like,
I thought
he's
that
very-
mercy was a part of justice.
Fuck no.
Okay.
He is very kind and like to a point, but if you've done something wrong, it's like you're getting punished. For
Okay.
it, 100%.
Okay. Good looking out.
Yeah, just as an aside, because that is something
So-
your character would know.
Tell me,
Kurnos
Minotaur.
would simply, he would simply, or Asatora would simply say, Kurnos strikes where strikes need to be made.
I follow.
Now, tell me, Minotaur, you were cast out from your people?
That's what happens when you're a weak runt.
And you
as
show
they
no
view it.
anger or opposition towards them?
Perhaps their god, but not them for their traditions and culture. I am of their blood.
I think you are the second most interesting.
would have
Karis would actually deep belly laugh really loud at that.
What's Vigo up to while this is happening?
I guess in between eating, the priestess would be there, right?
Oh yeah, she'd be there with you and the boys.
I'd lean over to her and be like, "A voyage to the edge of the world, on an old fable, a fairy tale, a starry's heart. Is that in the weave? Is that a part of this?"
She pauses in what she's doing and thinks for a moment, and she says, "It is certainly a gargantuan task. The body of Asteria after she fell from the Nyx, something many have sought in the past and not been able to find. However, if the Emperor has learned of its location and is able to send you there, I mean, I can see no more fitting display to prove to anyone and everyone beyond any shadow of a doubt that the one who wears that crown is meant to do so."
I agree. It will be quite an epic.
She nods and says, "Indeed. Fortunately, we can take some solace in knowing we have an idea of how it may end up."
Indeed.
Amongst all of this stuff happening, you also see the other kind of champions and their people going about their business. I think amongst the other champions, the one who'd be most likely to come over and sit at this table with the rest of you guys at the whore table.
By the way, I would like to point out Astatoro does not know it's the whore table.
Yeah,
I figured
You
it
will
out.
in due time. The braver ones will.
yeah. I was
talk
just about to
you.
say it's very much about like, oh god, like, do I risk death? But as she said, with enough wine and in due time, the braver ones may start to speak up. Yeah, at some point, both Aislinn and Natassa would come and sit at the table with you guys, and just kind of like making conversation and introducing themselves to those of you who they were not already introduced to. Karis, you would actually probably know, or you would have probably met both of them before,
Yeah.
actually, because the Tritons are so close, and because Natassa's literally from here. Like, you wouldn't know them personally or anything, but you would know them by their name and deed, and like...
I like to think that I'm probably friends with Natassa as part of the like royal guard or whatever.
She was not part of the royal guard.
Oh, I thought she was. My bad. Never mind.
She
Nothing.
was a sailor.
Haha.
Weird champ.
But you would know who they are and probably met them like in passing and stuff before.
Well, I would greet them overly affectionately.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd be
and
like,
they would
"Say, who wants to hear a dirty joke?"
Oh, please go ahead.
And I would tell a dirty joke, and it would
Oh,
be this
chickened out.
funny. Hold on. It would
Yeah,
be
bring
this
it.
funny.
Are you rolling a performance check?
Yeah.
What's the joke? It's pretty funny.
Oh, it's a good joke.
Wow.
You tell one of the jokes from 101 Dirty Jokes, the Emperor's favorite book, and yeah, everyone thinks it's hilarious.
No, there's only 100 left.
Yeah, you get a
Hey, can you track that?
yeah, please try.
Put that on
101
your character
charges.
sheet.
You have, you have 101 charges on your dirty.
You have 100 charges left.
If you want to tell them what you already told, you tell with disadvantage.
Which number did you pick from 1 to 101?
69, obviously.
Obviously, 69, yeah.
I felt like 69 would have to be the nat 20 though.
Right. Oh, joke 69 in the book is just you saying 69, and everyone
Could
goes,
roll a
Nice.
D101.
All right.
You know what really
So-
sucks? In a book of 101 jokes, one joke is not in the top 100.
That's true.
This exceeded the top 100.
And that's the 101st joke. It's just the idea that in a book of
The
100
last joke is a fill in the blank.
Yeah. Try one for yourself.
That's the last. That's the bottom.
That's the nat one.
Now you're a master jokester.
You're just playing Mad Libs at that point.
All right. So this kind of goes on. Is there anything anyone else wants to do while this is all happening before we move on?
Is the
I will
Emperor
say-
dining?
Oh yeah.
Yes, at one point the Emperor would come down after about an hour, and he just kind of takes a seat up like at the head of the table.
If he did that, as soon as he came down, I would excuse myself and go sit with him.
Sure, yeah. And he doesn't really make too much of like a fuss about it. He just comes and sits down, and is just kind of like enjoying watching everybody like reveling and taking all of this in.
I'd be forcing drinks on him.
Yeah, you run up to him just like with a cup of wine.
So-
I would have swiped
take the-
a mug from one of the like satyr
Like
servers.
the giant cup of wine.
I mean, he's happily giving it up. Ostatoro
Yeah.
is not drinking at all.
Yeah. So you just bring over this like fucking giant, what is essentially a bowl on a stem of wine, and he's just like, getting friendly with the Minotaur delegation, I take it?
He brought it to me. I had never even met him yet.
Well, that was very nice of him. And he just like takes a big sip from it.
It's like a coconut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so after he gets situated, probably a few minutes would go by, and then
Mhm.
if he'd be fine with being the first one, but if someone else had already gone up, he would just jump in behind them, and he would go to the Emperor to introduce himself.
Yeah, I mean, Karis is up there, but aside from her, no one makes a move right away. But yeah, you go up, and he's just, they're kind of talking to a few of the people around him and stuff like that. And as you approach, he just looks at you and says, the representative of the Leonin people. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure is mine, sir. My name is Afalier. I don't really know what to say to him now.
With that, he just nods and says, as well, Afalier. I'm tempted to make a very bad joke, but I will not.
Thank you. Yes, we were just discussing those kind of jokes at the table down there.
Indeed. Perez told me last I saw him that those jokes are in poor taste, so I will refrain. However, I do have this great book about them. Anyways, it's a pleasure to meet you. Here's a question for you, young man. What would you do were you to wear this crown upon your head?
It's almost like a mall Santa. Pony.
Good a horse.
Very well. I understand that at first glance it may seem that I might be someone who wishes to tear down the establishment of religion and gods in the area, but I assure you that is not where I stand. I just want what's best for the mortals. I believe that we rely too much on the higher powers and can be more independent and should be. That being said, I respect others and their beliefs. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. If I were to one day have the crown, first of all, it would be a great honor. Second of all, I would do my best for not just my people, but for all peoples. I truly have no agendas, personal agendas, which I believe is why the speaker chose me instead of the others.
He nods as you're speaking, like just very intently listening and scrutinizing what you're saying. And he stops and looks around, and he says, "You would come into a place such as this and say such things about the gods." And he like looks over, and like literally you see on the wall is like these like emblazoned like visages of Afara, like the god of the city, and like on the tables are these like markings of Karametra, the god of the harvest, and the god of like just food in general and like good times. And of course, behind is this big statue of Heliod himself, like the god of the sun, like the head hug. And looks around and just kind of, as he's saying this, and like looks at all these statues and visages and stuff, and says, "And not only would you say these things before all these vestiges of the gods, but before the emperor himself, at a time where the gods are most invested in what is happening with mortals." Is that what you're telling me?
Again, I apologize if I have offended.
Karis is like hiding a smile behind a big goblet.
He
As-
just
He's like super homies with Heliod. They hang out.
Shh, quiet. You must understand, as a Leonin, me and my people have survived very well on our own. I believe that the weight gods are given is not without justice or verification, but is played to an extent that makes us dependent on them.
As you're explaining this, and like nervously explaining that you're just trying to shit on everything he holds dear, you just see like a smile start to form on his face, and he says, "I'm fucking with you. That attitude.
Oh dear.
That attitude may serve you well on a voyage like this."
I
But I
wasn't.
would take-
I wasn't fucking with
says,
you. He does
"I-
hang out with Heliod. He does.
He says, ironically, some of the gods may even find that level of self-reliance amusing. But
Well, the last thing I'd want to do is lie in a place like this to a man like you.
he nods and says, "We'll see how this serves you. I'm very interested to see how you fare. Perhaps I will consider the way we venerate the gods should you return in one piece. Should Karanos' lightning tear you to shreds in the open sea? I guess I won't have to make that assumption." But
I imagine, because I was going to have Estatoro not far behind Messi's character.
Yeah.
In fact, enough to hear him say the independence thing.
mhm.
And, like, he would have, like, nodded to that behind him. Like, carry your own weight sort of thing.
Yeah.
And
Well-
he would actually chuckle at that joke.
Well, I dare not say these things on the open seas.
Says that would be most wise. The many of the gods, particularly the ones you will find out there, are much less forgiving than those who reside within the walls of the city.
I heed your wisdom.
And as around this, like as he's kind of saying this, Asator, you come up and he just looks and says, the one of Scophos. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I'll leave you two alone. It was. Thank you for your time.
He nods and gives you the like old man wave, like, yep.
He's going to take his fist and pound it against his armor right there and just say,
Mhm.
name's Estatoro Bearborn.
He looks up at you and kind of sizes you up a little bit and says, "I take it the pelt you wear and the name you bear are not exclusive of one another."
You would be correct.
He says, "Bearborn, huh? I like it. It's a good name. It's a strong name. So, I'll ask you the same question I asked our Leonin friend there. What would you see done were you to sit as the first Minotaur atop the imperial throne?"
My simple answer is that I know not. But I can promise you this. I am not one of them. And he'll actually gesture to his his ones walking
He looks
around.
over.
Karis will lean in and whisper, "He was cast out."
And, like, you definitely can hear that. I feel like you're drunk enough and you're saying it like, he was cast. He's just like,
He was cast out, Dad. Dad, they cast him
yeah,
out.
it's just like, okay, Karis, here, have some more wine. And he just looks back and says, interesting. A man who follows his heart. I respect that. I understand that.
To explain, I grew up in the mountains outside the city. It was Kuranos who aided me. And more so, somewhat struck me down.
He chuckles as you say that and says, yes, often those who receive his aid tend to do great things should they survive the act itself.
He would actually kind of gesture to his eyes and his horn.
Mm-hmm.
It changed me. But, as such, I was not born this size. But that is which I grew into. And it is my belief that people should stand on their own 2 feet and carry their weight in this world.
Don't say that to the Centaur champion.
The Centaur champion.
Yeah, because he 4 feet.
Oh my
You
god.
go full feet too, don't you? Oh no, you're never mind. You
Oh
have 2
my
feet.
god.
They don't even have feet. The guy.
At that remark, the Emperor just was looking at you like nodding, like, yeah, I respect that. And then, like, you say that, he just looks at you and it's like, you know, Karis, the courts will not be the same without your wit.
Perhaps I should go sit with my friends.
No, you would not deprive me of such things on the last day I have a chance to see my daughter
She just throws her arms around him and squeezes him.
offend every diplomat that's come to our palace. Yeah.
If there's one thing to admire about you, Catus, it would be your horns.
She shows you that, like, she had been engraving stuff in them earlier for this occasion.
At that, he would just simply say, Emperor,
He nods to you.
if you have any aid or information of what we would befell on this journey, I would happily hear it.
He looks at you and says, to be completely honest with you, I cannot say for certain what you will or will not encounter on this journey. What I can say is between here and where you are going, all manner of things stand to happen. The Dakra Isles that drift along the Siren Sea are known to be odd and mysterious in many ways. And given the gravity of your journey, many of the different deities will be watching. Many of the different deities, although some of them may be remiss to admit such a thing, likely have a stake in who they would see sit upon this throne. Whoever, like a satyr runs by strumming a guitar, says, but whatever happens, you can be certain of this. Each obstacle, each ordeal within this ordeal is simply a test, whether it be from the world itself, the gods who reign over it, or others within this world who would seek to see you subverted. And as champions, it is your job to meet and overcome each one of these challenges. That is why your people have selected you.
They selected me because I was the last one standing.
He nods to that as you as you explain, and
And then Astatoro, before he leaves, will say, "By the blessings of Kurnos, I will weather any storm."
He nods and says, "I am familiar with the rituals of Onismos, and I'm sure it was not easy for you to end up here. Karanos, watch over you."
Thanks for the line, champion.
Tyler, can I butt in with a meta question real quick about what your character said? When he spoke of independence and standing on their own 2 feet, do you mean like man independent from other men? Like humans independent from, okay, not humans, people, mortals independent from mortals? Or are you talking mortals independent from everything, like including gods and
he was more or
norms?
less saying that every single person within every single aspect of society needs to carry their own weight.
But not necessarily like denounce the gods or anything.
Correct.
Like that.
Not denounce the gods, but just to carry their own weight. There's not people that just simply live in a lavish life off of other people without having to do anything.
Because you and I are both saying, or our characters are both saying independence, but we mean 2 different things when we say it. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
Cool. All right. Is anyone else going to do anything?
Yeah. Vigo's gonna stand up and he's gonna hold his goblet up or mug and tell everyone, "Fill your glasses, fill them. Yes, yes." Hear me, people.
I snap at another nearby like jug bearer and like hold up the big Minotaur.
He just like fills it and keeps filling it and it's like, yeah.
Never says when.
It gets to the brim to the point where the water tension is like half an inch above the glass.
Perfect.
He stops, and this is like another satyr, and he just like looks and doesn't see any glasses, and just raises the jug. But sorry, continue.
People of Meletus and all those from all corners of Theros, I make a pledge, no, an oath that I, Vigo Aurelius, will bring back Astari's heart, and I will see Ephemiatus, is that how you say the first name? Ephemiatus's quest complete, and see that the astral balance, ordained by Clothis, return to the natural order. And then he's gonna bang on his breastplate, and him and his boys are gonna give a hoo!
Yeah, absolutely. All the boys do that, give a big bang, give a chug. And like you see a mixed reaction. Like some of the people who don't have any like political stake in this are just like, cool, toast to that. Like
right.
You're just declaring that you're gonna be victorious. Everyone does drink to the toast because that is like a horrible offense to not do so. But you definitely get the impression, like, from some of the other delegations that are like, fuck you, like, yeah, whatever.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The Minotaur delegation just straight up doesn't. They're just like, one of them, like, just knocks his glass over.
Right.
You see the Emperor, as you do so, looks over at you with a, like, and, like, raises his glass to you. And then he just leaves the carriage and is like, he's a bold one. And then the other satyr who's beside you, Karis, is just like, I didn't hear what he said, and just starts drinking.
Karis would be like, unimportant, and start drinking his
and Astatoro and oh my god, don't say a word. Athalir, how do you guys react to this?
At first, when he says to raise your glass, he would raise it, and then when he starts making the toast about how he's gonna win, he would just slowly lower it and put it down.
Yeah.
And then as he keeps going, he'll kind of rest his hand in his palm, be like, oh.
Astatoro would not even like, he would pick up whatever glass was nearby him and raise it, and then as he continued, set it down and lean against the wall, crossing his arms, like looking at him menacingly, like, you arrogant.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as our other champions go, for those of you who are paying attention and care to look around, for starters, Aspa, you haven't seen her this entire time. Either she's made herself scarce or she's just straight up not here. Aislinn and Natasha are just like pretty loaded at this point. They're still at the whore table, and they're just like, I don't know what's even happening over there. People are toasting, sure, whatever. Riga, who's the centaur champion, is still kind of over with his people. You see him, he does indeed raise a glass and toast, but he does so like with kind of a smirk on his face where he's like, all right, we'll fucking see about that. But yeah, okay. Any other matters to attend to? No? Okay. So
I would actually throughout the night I would call the Triton whore over a couple of times.
yeah. When you call for him like
Father?
the third time,
For the Emperor.
I believe you know my friend.
he just looks up over at him and goes, Pavlos, it's been it's been a while. It's been a while.
Just thought you could use some company while I'm on the other side of the world, maybe.
He says such things are beneath me at this moment. I cannot be imbibing in such extracurricular activities.
Your interests and your literature. I just expected them to, I don't know, bisect.
He kind of coughs. He's like clearly embarrassed of the people looking around. Because again, it's not like a shameful thing for this to happen, but it's more like he's like, oh my god, my daughter is trying to hire me a prostitute is what is happening. And he's just like, and he just says like, now is not the time. And like Pavlos is like, okay, if you need me, let me know. And as the Triton person walks by him, the Emperor like tugs on his thing. He's like, come find me later. And he's like, he just gives the Emperor a wink and goes off to continue just drinking and stuff. Yeah, and the night just kind of continues like that. It's like an endless amount of food. Like you eat until you just don't want to anymore, until you are fully satisfied. Like there's this main course, then they bring out like a bunch of fruits and like more light food, and like another main course comes out, and they bring out more fruits and more wines and stuff, and then like a dessert course comes out, and then just like more fruits and more wines, and this goes on well into the night. Yeah, one by one, slowly each group eventually begins to retire back to their respective areas. And that is how we close out our day here. So, the next morning, you were all told around dawn to be at the docks to board the trireme ship, the Sunspear. Do any of you not do that? Like, how does everyone show up? Like, are you guys all on time? Is anybody late? Is anybody like what's the deal here?
I'd probably be there with the rise of the sun.
Satora would be there early as well.
Cool.
Respectfully early. I wouldn't show up 3 hours early, but maybe like 10 minutes.
Yeah, for sure.
Ego wakes up in bed and just lays there, rethinking his entire life, and says, "Nah, it's not for me, man."
This
Nah,
whole
I
Destiny
should-
thing's not working out.
Show up on time, of course. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you guys are all quite punctual, as are all of the other champions.
Right.
The first one here is actually Aislinn. Like, whoever the earliest of you would be, which sounds like it would probably be Karis. You come down and Aislinn is just like sitting on the edge of the deck, like kicking her feet in the water.
You would show me up.
What?
You would show me up.
No, that's what she says to you. She turns around and says, "What?"
Showing up earlier than me when it's my job and it's not your job and you're just a champion, but I'm on the job of the Emperor.
She says,
Daughter of the
"Well,
Emperor."
I will keep it between us, but for what it's worth, I live over there." She just like points into the water.
Atta girl, and she like pats her on the shoulder and then assumes the position, waiting to greet the champions.
Yeah, so like one by one, within like probably 10 minutes of each other, Asatora probably shows up first, followed immediately by Vigo, and then all the other champions just kind of come in. And yeah, so you guys are all just kind of waiting on the docks, and on the ship itself, you hear, I mean, this has been happening since even you got here, Karis. You hear the voice of the ship's captain, and he's just kind of like barking orders to all the other sailors, like, "Oh, come on, get that up there! Like, let's go! Like, we're burning daylight already. We're behind on schedule. Like, come on!" And they're like doing up the rigging on this ship. And just to describe the ship a little bit, a trireme is kind of like that very classic Greek style warship. Like, it's like a three-layered or three-deck ship. The decks are quite small, and on each deck sits like a dozen or so sailors on either side who all hold oars out to the end. To kind of row when you're not on the main seas or when you want to go faster. And there is like a small cabin area kind of built into the back. It's nothing crazy. It's basically just like a hold that has like hammocks and stuff like sprung, where people who are not currently working can like go to sleep basically. Yeah, and the ship itself has like those two big eyes, like very classically painted onto like the front of the ship. And the sails themselves, which is not dropped yet, but you can kind of see scrunched up, is like a big symbol of Meletis, which is like a tower, and then crossed with a spear, which is indicative of Heliod, which would be his sun spear. And the ship itself, of course, is named the Sun Spear. So as you guys are all kind of doing this, like, you don't have to necessarily wait just wait till they're completely done. As you're getting ready, you see
I was gonna say, being one to want to carry his own weight will actually go on the ship and help us.
And start helping.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah. So you
Karis goes to greet you, and you just like walk right by her, and she's just like, "Okay then."
As you guys are all arriving together, you see sailors kind of going on and off the ship. And yeah, Asator, you just kind of blow past everybody and go on, and you just see some sailors that are just clearly carrying on crates and stuff. When you go over, they just look to you and just say, like, okay, and then just like one of them gets out of your way and lets you grab some of these like bundles and like crates and that kind of thing, just supplies to bring it onto the ship and that kind of thing. And they're definitely happy to have your help. Like, you have a strength of like 2 average people, so as you get on the ship, the captain, who is just kind of directing everybody and making sure everything is running properly, he walks over and greets you and says, "Ah, you must be one of the champions, are you?"
Aye, that's me. Name's Astatoro.
He says, "Astatoro, good to have you on board." And he like gives you a clap on the shoulder because you're kind of carrying the stuff. And he says, "My name is Alexi, captain of this ship. Appreciate the help."
Just want to carry my own weight, not to be just a prick who's sitting in his quarters lazy as heck.
Says,
just because chosen means nothing.
Says, "Good man. I like your style." And allows you to continue helping with everything. Yeah, are any of you guys doing anything while you're just on the dock here that you want to make note of?
I'm just greeting each champion as they show up, just like, "Impress me," but like charmingly.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone kind of shows up, and you guys are just talking amongst yourselves and doing any last minute preparations and that kind of thing. And kind of on the shore, not right on the dock with you, but a little ways back, you see like all the delegations just kind of like watching and taking everything in. And then Aspa shows up. She's last to show up, and her delegation, literally being just her one-armed friend Aoife, is just like standing on the shoreline. And they're all just watching you guys as you get ready, as like literally the sun is starting to come up. So this goes on for a while, and eventually the captain, Captain Alexi, yells down to you, Karis, and says, "All right, we're all set to go. Do whatever you need to do, and let's get on board." And as he says this, you see any sailors that were not just already on the ship all getting onto the ship, and each one of them, as they go over that gangplank onto the ship, like drops a coin in the ocean, which is something that all of you except for maybe Athalir would recognize is like a token of respect and good faith to the god Athreos, who is the god of like good passage. It's a very common thing that especially sailors will partake in, just basically wishing for like a good journey and that kind of thing as they go.
I'm gonna look over at Aslan and wonder how many of those coins she pilfered that they just drop in there.
She has a very heavy looking coin purse.
All right.
And she gets on, and you see Aislinn kind of like takes a moment and like says a quiet prayer to herself. Like you just see her like kind of focusing, and then she goes and gets on and drops a coin. And you see Natasa go on and drop 2 coins. And everyone else kind of gets on. Riga follows behind them. He also drops a coin, as does Aspa as she gets on. Yeah, you guys are kind of on the back. Karis, what are you up to? Like, you're just kind of responsible for ushering these people on the ship.
I would wait until everybody else was on, and then I would look towards the like palace and like just blow a kiss, and then I would say, Afara, watch over my father, and plop a coin into the ocean and say, Athreos.
You know the thing.
And then I would skip aboard.
Cool. So yeah, you guys all hop on this ship.
I would like to mention Astatoro also tossed a coin into there.
Okay, absolutely. I imagine Athalir does not.
Yeah, so no.
He jumps in and gathers up all the coins for himself.
As everyone's kind of saying goodbyes, he would say his goodbyes to his pride, and he would promise them that he would return safely, and give them goodbye headbutts or whatever the fuck cats do.
Yeah, and I imagine because like Leon and like they do that thing where they like put their heads against each other, against each other's foreheads, and you have like that moment, which kind of lasts a little bit longer, maybe with the matriarch, who's this person she's like watched you grow up, and she like does that and puts like both her paws on either side of your head, and she's just like, "Do us proud."
Of course, and take care of my brother. I know he can be a little rambunctious.
At that, she's like, "Just come back so I don't have to do it forever."
What? Can't hear you. And then he would just walk up the plank there. He would not drop a coin.
Yeah, which is something that not everyone notices, but like some of the sailors definitely notice. They don't say anything, but they're like, "Well, we're all gonna die."
They're basically like, if something happens, it's his fault.
Exactly. They're like, anything that happens regarding the ship or any difficulties that arise, we know whose fault it is now.
I mean, to be honest, it was probably going to be that way anyway. Because they're sailors.
Totally.
I would also mention Astatoro does not say bye to his delegates.
Yeah. And as you guys are going, like you would see from the shore, just that high priestess, like doesn't expect anything from you, but she gives you a nod, like a knowing nod. That's just like, you got this. So the ship starts to cast off, and like as your ship is casting off in the early hours of the morning, you see just tons of people from town who like those who are willing to get up this early anyways, all kind of gathering along the shoreline, sort of like stretching across the whole of like the boardwalk and the harbor and everything, just like watching as you go. And the way that Meletis is like kind of situated is the bay. There's like this big deep harbor, and it has these 2 walls that kind of come out in like a circle with like an opening at the end, so it's like a seawall kind of. And at either end of this seawall where this opening is that ships pass through, there's these 2 like 300-foot tall statues of these massive warriors who are the founders of Meletis. And you guys just like pass through, and as you go through, officially crossing that threshold into the Siren Sea, you just hear off in the distance like cheers of like all the people of Theros kind of just spurning you guys on as you depart. And the journey into the Siren Sea has begun. Now, before we end things off here real quick, so we got about 10 minutes left. You guys are all traveling out. And your first couple days are pretty uneventful. On a ship, there is always work to be done, and like you're not expected to do work. But like anywhere you want to help is obviously going to be. I imagine Asatoro, you're probably helping them with things that need to be done because like you're not really a sailor, but there's some stuff that's like you don't need to know how rigging works to be able to like move things around or to be able to like row and shit like that, you know. So like if you are asking for work, like they would absolutely be able to put you to work, either rowing or just with other manual labor that need to be done around because there's always work to be done on the ship. Captain Alexi would introduce himself to you, all of you kind of together, and just Alexis, sorry, would explain, you lot are all chosen champions of your people. I am merely here to get us where we are going, and should you need me to divert course for any reason, I am at your command.
So he just told us that if we wanted to go somewhere else, we could?
Pretty much. He knows the way, and like if anyone's interested, he would be happy to explain it. A lot of the way to getting to this place has to do with like following the stars and following signs, because the Siren Sea is so like tumultuous. So much of it changes so often. It's very hard to map out where certain things are. So a lot of it is like just guidance and looking at like star signs and stuff to try to find where we're going. But he knows the way. But basically he's just saying like he has been informed that this is meant to be a heroic journey to test you guys. And he has been informed that a bunch of crazy shit might happen and basically to just roll with it. So he's pretty much saying like, I know how to get us where we need to go. If for some reason, because of what a god says or whatever, and like you guys diplomatically vote to go to one place versus another, he will take you there on the way to where you are going. Yeah, so we basically go through our first week of travel right here. You guys have a week of downtime on this ship, where you're just traveling out in the open ocean. It's quite picturesque, and you pass by like the occasional island and that kind of thing. But again, you're just looking out at the ocean. So is there anything specific you guys want to make note of that you do during that time?
I will have made a formal introduction to Vigo, because he's the only one that I haven't yet. And I would just say, I'm here to aid you, and I'm here to report.
I'm here to impress you.
That you are. Well?
Oh, you want me to do it now?
Yeah.
My magic item shield allows me to do a roll in the morning for my prayer, and then it's kind of like the abjuration.
Yeah, it's like a portent basically. You can roll that now just to see what you turn up for your portent.
I want to do that. 14. All right.
Change the d20, roll to a 14.
He's going to look at her and he's like, holds up one of his dice, a d20, and says, listen here. I control my own destiny, and I can tell you right now that I'm so forthcoming with seeing it that this will end up being a 14. Watch. And he throws it, and I'll use my 14.
It's a 14. He throws it in the side with the numeral for 14, does indeed come up. And it's bizarre because it rolls and like spins and lands on like a 12, and then seemingly of its own volition just plops on its side and lands on the 14.
14. Is that number important to you?
No, not necessarily.
Just what you felt on the wind today?
Well, it's I foresaw it.
Very well. I'm impressed.
Your first thought is that this guy would be very dangerous to gamble against.
I was making note of that. I was gonna say it to somebody later.
Do not gamble with him.
Yeah.
Logged away.
Yeah.
But yeah, is there anything else anyone wants to do with this first week?
Asatora would be helping out with the ship and doing everything in preparation. He would eventually find Cadis. Now, you have your heart bow, right? Is it visible, Doxy? on your person?
Her name is Karis.
Karis. I always say it wrong.
That's okay. It's gonna
Cadis
take
is
us
a
a
different
couple
campaign.
sessions, I'm
Yes.
sure.
I keep saying Cadis instead of
It's a different guy.
Karis. I know.
Sorry, that's for Fridays.
Yeah.
Yes, heartstring would be visible.
Okay. He would approach and be simply, "What is that you carry, Karis?"
It is a wonder, is what it is. It's both a harp and a bow. And she, like, plucks out a cute little tune.
Do it. Pluck it.
Roll performance.
He's got a uke.
Oh, you've got. You succeed. It's
I can roll a
good-
performance if you like.
You definitely don't have to. That was more
Oh.
for display for the net.
Well,
But if
I
you want-
did it.
If you want to, you can. I mean, you're just plucking strings. It sounds nice. It's not a song, but it sounds nice.
Would you mind if I tried?
Oh no.
Be very careful with it. It is very dear to me.
Yeah, roll a
Roll
performance
mine.
check. Roll a performance check.
Oh no.
He doesn't break it. On that one, I was gonna say one of the string snaps. So no, he does not break it. But you play, and it's just like it's a short bow, so it's like it's like for your massive hands. You get the impression that Asatora actually like is competent with stringed instruments, but this one's a little awkward. It's like Andre the Giant trying to play a ukulele. But you get the impression with like a little bit of practice with something this size, you definitely pound out like a good tune, which is surprising given who he is.
The gods have willed it mine.
They have what?
Willed it mine.
Oh.
You should say give it back.
No,
Oh.
she's just, that's why mine sounded better than his. She's being polite. She's charming him.
He'll simply respond by saying, "It seems so. You say it's a bow as well.
It is?
How are you? How good are you of a shot?" I've never used a bow, and was wondering if perhaps it is useful to know.
I could teach you what I know.
I would be intrigued by that. We
Sure.
have plenty of downtime on here. Makes sense.
I
Best be
would
prepared for anything.
start training him with a bow whenever
Yeah.
he wasn't helping with the ship. I just want to say that Karis would probably help around in the ship's kitchen.
Sure.
Also.
Yeah. This ship itself is not so large that it has like a full proper kitchen, but there's like a storeroom where all the food and stuff is, and basically they're just used to eating like non-bread and like non-perishable, like food that will last a really long time.
Like salted fish and stuff.
Yeah, like a lot of cured stuff, but like you're able to kind of like by helping in there, like zhuzh it up a little bit, you know, like make it a little bit more palatable, and be like, oh, let's combine this with this. That'll be nice.
If I see a fish in the sea, can I tie a rope to my javelin and
Oh, absolutely. Like a big part of this is like there is fishing happening every day to kind of like supplement that night's meal with fresh fish. So that's one of the things actually you'd be able to do, like helping them out, just like harpooning like fish as you see them and that kind of thing. So yeah, and like sometimes during the evenings when like all the major part of the work is done for the day and you've been fed, like you guys take some time practicing with the bow, maybe shooting like nearby rocks and stuff that you pass by for target practice, that kind of thing. Um, yeah, and Vigo and and Aether, what are you guys up to?
Great question.
And it doesn't have to be anything particular, but this is just an opportunity if you want to be kind of doing something with this time.
I understand. I guess at night when they're doing their like using the star charts and whatnot, he'd definitely be looking up at them, um, taking note of like what day it is and what's being foretold to him throughout the constellations.
Absolutely. And like I think that that's very thematic, and that's where a lot of your like portent abilities come from. Like what you see in the night sky and the Nyx at night is like what informs your portent for the next day, kind of thing. Also, just to kind of touch on this, the Nyx being the night sky, which is the realm of gods, is literally like looking up at the night sky at the night. Sometimes it's not like space, like that's literally the celestial plane. You can kind of catch glimpses on occasion of like gods or godlike creatures kind of just moving around. You might see the silhouette of an individual god moving between one part of the Nyx to the next and that kind of thing, especially now because of this and the importance of what's happening, and like this is interesting to the majority of the gods. You're definitely more likely to like, that's something you might see kind of like a meteor shower. It happens once in a while, but right now it's like every night, like looking up you can see little shifts of like something indicative of Keranos like watching on the ship, and something indicative of Thassa on the horizon like controlling the seas and that kind of thing, and something indicative of your god Clothis kind of like presiding over this just for a moment. Like you see the loom in her hair kind of like weaving through that sort of thing. But yeah, and also just for what it's worth, it is you just because you brought up the date, I totally forgot about this. Upon leaving, it is the 14th day of Catabassian, which is the 10th month of a 12-month calendar. And by the time we end this week of downtime, it will be the 21st day of Catabassian. Just for the folks at home who are keeping track, which is 0 people. Anyways,
I'm keeping track.
okay, perfect. Yeah, so you spent these 7 days on the open ocean. Afflear, was there anything you wanted to mention that you were up to during this time?
Yeah, probably not too long after we set sail, like maybe afternoon, because I know we got on in the morning. He'd probably want to get situated, and then he'd go to the captain and speak with him, and he would say, "Good afternoon, sir. How was the seafaring today?"
Oh, she's fair as I can expect her to be, given the omens.
Omens?
Oh, you know Thassa, or maybe you don't, actually. She tends to be a bit fickle at times, but she is ours nonetheless. In any case, we're predicting tumultuous weather on the waves today. It hasn't been as bad as we had thought, but you know, and as he's saying this, you kind of feel the boat like rocking a little bit, and it's not like storming or anything, but there's dark clouds. This is, but all in all, not terrible.
You know, I've actually never been on a boat this size. There was a lake near my pride. We used to take fishing vessels out every once in a while. I've gone maybe a handful of times, but this is definitely the biggest ship and the longest trip I've ever done.
Says, well, how are you finding it so far?
I believe you call it sea legs. I have yet to grow mine, apparently.
Well,
Look like regular legs.
they do indeed look like regular legs. As like you feel the boat kind of rocking, and like he's just like a fucking gyroscope on his waist. Like just his upper body is moving, his legs are, and you're kind of like, oh, like that was a big one. It's like all in due time. All in due time.
Actually, if you don't mind, we're gonna have a lot of time here, and I wouldn't mind learning what it is you and the other sailors do, if you have the time and the patience for me.
Because we can always use more hands on the deck. Certainly, yes. I will not be able to take time away from my duties around here, but if you stick to me, I will direct you to things I think you can handle and inform you on the things I think you cannot. Eventually, those things that you cannot will become the things you can, if you catch my drift.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Very well. And then he says, one moment, and he like goes behind some of the crates and stuff and pulls out a mop and bucket and hands it to you and says, first lesson, clean the decks.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Also, you
Yeah, he's giving it a little bit of sass. He's like, oh, fuck.
yeah, like you now just realizing what you've gotten yourself into.
I was hoping to learn captain things. Not...
Yeah, and like it's very much the impression where it's like, we'll get there, but you got to start from the bottom.
It's funny because you see Astatoro when you're mopping the deck, working on the riggings.
Yeah. So you get down and mop, and spend most of this week cleaning the ship and doing things like that. And towards the end of it, he's probably like, "All right, next I'm gonna teach you how to row." And that's where that B plot is gonna end off for now. The final thing we're going to touch on tonight is around on the first day of your second week, you making this the 22nd day of Catabassian. On the horizon, coming from the east, I'll get a perception check from all of you.
Sure thing,
My
Bows.
first roll.
The first roll for some of you.
Natty 1. Oh, close.
Very close.
I'll get there.
Close.
I'll get there. I'll hit that natty 1.
Hey! High five, same number, Doxy.
14, 3, 14, 8. Cool.
It's the horns.
Yeah,
Yep.
so Vigo, you don't necessarily notice this as you're looking up at the sky as the sun starts to rise and the Nyx fades away. Afflear, I don't feel like I don't even need to narrate this, but you are face deep in a bucket and a mop.
Or he's under deck rowing.
Yeah, I guess this is the first day of the next week. You're under deck rowing. But Karis and Astatoro, somewhat clandestine, you guys are probably out doing a little bit of bow practice, looking for things to shoot at in the water. And off in the distance, you see another ship. Which usually isn't always, that's not always a cause for alarm, but this ship is another trireme, much like the one you are on, with big black sails.
Oh
each
no.
of which bearing the symbol of Mogus. As a ship, it's quite hard to tell from here, but they're so big. Of Minotaur approaches at an unfortunate pace, and you see the first of what you can presume is going to be several ballista bolts fly from the ship from quite a distance away, and it does not hit the ship, it just like goes into the water off the starboard bow. And that everybody takes notice of. And you just see Alexi look to you guys and look behind and see the ship. And he just says, "All right, lads, drop the sails." And like the guys by you just start rowing like much faster.
Karis looks to Astatoro and says, "Oh, this is gonna be fun for you."
They interfere with what is meant to be,
And you will kill them all.
if I have to.
With that,
I
you
have to
hear-
start growing faster. Hey, slow down.
and with
I can't
that,
keep pace.
you hear a distant rumble of thunder. And from the opposite end of the horizon, you see dark red clouds forming. And that is where we will end session 1 of Theros Strands of Fate.
Next time we get to crack some skulls.
Next time we are going to be starting with combat. Absolutely.
Satori yells to the captain, "Go towards that giant storm!"
He's like, no! I reject your hypothesis.
You have to vote on it.
But yeah, so with that, let's wind down here and go around and everybody tell us a little bit about
Clap
who
your
you are,
hands.
what you are, what's going on with you, where people can find you.
Let's just do alphabetical.
I was just gonna go starting in the top and kind of go around, but then I guess that means me and you go first, which doesn't make sense. So let's start with Messi. Messi, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? My name is Messi was taken on Twitch and Messi Twitch on Twitter. You can find me there. I don't stream my own anymore. I might start doing it again, but just been too busy with school and work and stuff, so just not doing it. Do you guys do shows Friday? Do you guys still do Friday shows right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This weekend this Friday we're gonna rerun this episode because I'm gonna go out of town. But yep,
Okay.
we do
Well,
this
this
shows on
Friday,
Fridays.
you can rewatch this episode, or Tyler and I do another D&D stream on Dalrick's channel. Good friend Dalrick. You can check out live. I believe at the exact same times that you do your shows, Doxy, which is a little unfortunate
Neat.
that we're directly competing with each other. But that's okay because
Whoever ends first can raid the other.
Hell yeah.
yeah. So now we'll just have to all keep going till like 5 a.m. just to get that sweet raid.
It's like noon the next day. Like,
Everyone's
Cash,
out of
you're
ideas.
staying awake. You're staying here.
roll initiative. Scott, let us go to bed. Roll initiative.
We're not done.
We
I
finished
have
my
an
saving
actual point of exhaustion, Scott. Please.
throw. Literally
In
died.
real life. I'm rolling with disadvantage in real life, Scott.
One
But
of
we
my eyes isn't working.
that's an interesting group of cast. Actually, Doxy, you're on there too, so that's cool.
On Thursdays, yeah.
On Thursdays. So
Tomorrow.
you check them out tomorrow, and then check us out if you don't want to watch the rerun of this episode, because you've already seen it, so you can come check out us on Friday. Phew. And yeah, I'll stop talking now. Thanks.
Shit. Russell Dollars. Russ Money.
I'm Russell Shekels, also known as Russ Money. I love role-playing games. I love tabletop. I guess most I'm known for is Space Station 13, which is like a multiplayer roguelike with
That
lots of
explains the
wacky.
clowns.
Exactly. And
God.
that's me in a nutshell, I
You
suppose.
got roommates? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Why, Russ? For whatever reason, have you seen the movie Seabiscuit?
It sounds really. It's a horse movie,
A
right?
horse line,
Correct. Correct. You remind me of the radio guy that has all the little instruments around him.
The one-man band. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, dude, Russell just lives with actual clowns.
Yeah. We only have one car for 50 people too, and it works out really well.
As long as we're all going to the same place at the same time, it works great.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it gets a little hectic.
Then you gotta
Yeah.
organize by who needs to get out first.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Then we all
Just paying
fit
for
in it.
gas.
All fit in a lift.
Good shit. Apocalypto12, aka Tyler, what's going on?
Hey, I'm Apocalypto12. I stream on Twitch. I create YouTube videos, which hopefully new videos will be posting, not necessarily this week, but next week, because my editor is no longer dealing with a power outage and internet outage thanks to hurricanes. But we'll see, because he's about to get hit again. But hopefully everything stays safe. But you can find me on twitch.tv/apocalypto_12 or youtube.com/apocalypto12, because for whatever reason they like to refuse that underscore. Although I don't care, because it's not that important.
Everybody in chat needs to pay homage to Karanos for Apocalypto's editor.
Yes. I will not confirm nor deny that may have or may not have impacted which god I chose.
For the off chance this is real, just bring his internet back. Yeah.
But yeah, I play a bunch of games over there. I do a talking stream on Tuesdays, and I'm also a part of 3 different role-playing games right now, with this being one. The one over on Scott's on Friday nights with Messi is number 2, and then Sunday morning on Roll For It, I'm in a Warhammer Only War campaign. Warhammer 40k Only War.
Hell yeah.
So you can check me out there. You can check out all my stuff, and follow me on social media. I constantly tell you where I am.
Good shit.
Okay, hold on. I just want to say, I was watching it live on Twitch, you guys talking with me being frozen, and Zoom just wasn't doing anything. So I don't know what happened there, but I heard everything you said when I was gone.
Interesting.
So I just wanted to throw my hat into the I hate this ring.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a good ring to be in. I mean, not really.
You
But
should have worshipped the god of technology, Messi.
that's
No.
true.
I
Techno.
don't believe it.
Yeah, no one picked Technos as their deity. No one wanted to be a glow stick wizard. He's the god of techno music and technology.
God of raves.
Yeah, the god of raves, dude. Doxy, did you have anything specific that you want to talk about that I'm not about to just talk about?
Well, gosh, just I'm Doxy of this Zero Doxy channel. You know where to find me, obviously. This is it. This is my channel.
Nice.
You can follow me on Twitter or YouTube. I do these campaigns. I put them up there. There are 2 one-shots up already that are fucking dope. You will like them. Go and watch them. They're about other champions that are on this boat with us.
Yeah. So what we did was
So they're canon.
They're canon. Yeah, on Monday and on Friday. Starting with Friday, obviously, because that's how fucking time works. We did I realized what I was saying as I was saying it. We did a one shot where Doxy played as the champion Aspa, and we get a bit of a glimpse into her backstory and kind of like what she did to become a champion of Setessa, which think of it kind of like the character introductions we did today over a couple hours with a bit more of stuff added in. And then on Monday, Doxy and Aaron, a friend of ours and the channel, did another one shot where they played as the heroes, Aislinn and Natassa, and kind of something that they did, albeit much further back in their past, to eventually be named as the champions of Meletis and Oslo. So if you like this world and you want to get more insight into the champions and stuff, that is all on Zero Doxy's YouTube channel. You can watch those VODs there. As for me, I am Josiah, also known as Dungeon Dad. I have a YouTube channel called Dungeon Dad. It's all about crazy old school out of print D&D monsters that I have updated to 5th edition. So if you like cool monsters, you might see some of them show up in this show or other shows that we run here. So go check that out. Other than that, thank you guys all so much for watching. This was a lot of fun. It's a great way to start our new Theros adventure, and hopefully we will see you guys same time, same place next Wednesday.
Hang tight for a raid, everybody.
Hang tight instead of hanging loose.
All right, bye,
You just hang
everyone.
I swear to God, if any of you hang loose, I'm not kidding, guys. We still here?